Welcome back to another night of Shtick with Kooolfrogg. I just ended the show. I was able to get up for 2 seconds and actually, get a few seconds of respite. Um, as far as America's Church goes, really don't know where he is. Don't know how far he wants to go. Um, there's a lot that has actually happened within the world of politics and news within the last day. Um Kinda wanna cover some of it, but at the same time, after the long day of doing stuff that I've been doing, I kinda just wanna, hang out, but I don't wanna just hang out. I wanna actually give you a night of Shtick with Kooolfrogg. So, uh, let's go, America Shirts. Let's go. I see y'all. I see Vicky. I see Madcore. I see Judge Maddie, Mr. Terrible, to hell and back. How y'all doing? Glad you're all here. Uh, I do have some stuff. I just have to actually, like I said, y'all seen me. Y'all seen what I was doing over there. So, I mean, one short of the next. Some stuff isn't completely just I gotta open the studio, get all this stuff ready. So don't okay, that's an old one. Just they're numbered for a reason. They're numbered for a reason. They're numbered for me. They're numbered so that way I know where I'm going from one episode to the next. Okay, so the studio is ready. Uh, I am Simon Cassidy. We are on Rumble as well for those that are Rumble fans. Um, that we can actually hear what's actually going on over there. Um, I'm still in the back room of the other, which allows me to hear what they're actually saying. Div and T3 are still there. And I need to get the downloads. I need to get the downloads room over there. Sorry, everybody, that we're taking so long to actually get this actually wrapped. It started. Um, it's like I said, I got this noise in my ear that's causing me to have some issues. We do. Good to see y'all. I just had to stop a few things here. I gotta get, got one thing ended, one thing started. There's another one that's it, it, it's just too much. Someone say, "Well, why do you do so much?" Well, because I like to. Go here. A few articles here for tonight. I know I'm losing people as I'm just sitting here, not doing anything. Do have a couple things, couple interesting things. There seems to be a House Select Subcommittee led by Jim Jordan. and hearing about weaponization of the federal government. Uh, Fairly interesting. And once we get so many screens open, get certain things in certain areas, stick with me. We'll get there. We got a few things going on. All right. So I think I got this stuff set up. Oh, I guess. So we'll start with this guy here. So seems as though there's a lot of people that were actually talking about John Fetterman and his race to the Senate. There's a lot of people that actually covered it. There's a lot of people that showed a lot of interest in John Fetterman and that race coming out of Pennsylvania. It's very interesting uh, the way it is. Um, Here you go. This is John Fetterman rushed to hospital. His team issues state. So there's so many of us. There's so many of us that, that to just realize that I'm not there, that I'm actually here. So it's making me giggle that they're actually laughing, realizing that I'm not there, that I'm actually here with all of you. Um, they don't know that I can hear them, apparently. As soon as it finishes downloading, I'll leave the room. But so here you go. This is rushed to hospital. It's all kind of I'm gonna have a bug out. Democrat Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman spent the entire election season insisting that their candidate was fit to serve in the Senate and did not have remaining health issues. But on Wednesday, the senator was rushed to the hospital after feeling lightheaded, though his team insists he did not have another stroke. He's in good spirits and talking with his staff and family. We will provide more information when we have it. His communications director, Joe Calvello, said, initial tests did not show evidence of a new stroke, and that doctors are running more tests, and John is remaining overnight for observation. Good evening, dear. Good to see you. Uh, so as far as John Fetterman goes, you know, doctors are running tests. Doctors are running tests. That's the best they can tell us. And one of our state senators that was very controversial on if he was even healthy enough to even run for the position. There's people that were asking, is he even healthy enough? And this is what you're actually getting here. It just started. 118th Congress just started, not even a month, and they're having issues with him already. And he's going to be how long is he going to be around? How long is he going to be a senator? How long are we going to pay for him to actually be taken care of? I'll take the vegetable over us. I mean, Not saying that he had the best opposition, but I don't think that either one of them should be in the position, personally. Uh, this is in November. The Fetterman advisor admitted after his victory that he will not be able to perform his job as normal. Breitbart News reported, spotted in Senate basement, John Fetterman. He didn't answer when I asked if he'll be able to wear his hoodie on Senate floor. Huffington Post reporter Igor Bovek said in a tweet that caught the eye of Fetterman advisor Rebecca Katz. Two things we need to get out of the way. John Fetterman has a suit and will wear it to the Capitol. He is still recovering from a stroke and has lingering auditory processing challenges. The way Hill reporters are used to yelling questions at senators will not work here. Keep it down. Don't yell your comments at me. I mean, oh my lord. It was a tough contest for the Senate between Fetterman and Oz, where even Fetterman's hometown newspaper backed the Republican opponent. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette said in its endorsement that Oz was the better bet for Pennsylvania. He cast doubts on Fetterman's ability to serve as senator due to the recent stroke in his debate performance. During Tuesday's debate, after hundreds of thousands of votes had already been cast, voters finally learned something about where the candidate stood. They learned, among other things, that Mr. Oz opposes federal intervention in the abortion rights, and Mr. Fetterman supports the broader constitutional guarantees provided by the overturned Roe v. Wade decision. They learned Mr. Fetterman supports the federally mandated 15 an hour minimum wage, and Mr. Oz wants market forces to raise wages. They learned both candidates support fracking. They also learned both men were politicians and Dr. Dodge questions. So, as opposed to giving us any good information about anything that was pertinent to him maybe having a stroke or any health issues, let's talk about the politics of the issue and not bring up exactly what the hell is wrong with this man and why we feel the need to put somebody like that in play. I really just don't get it. Does not make sense in any way, shape, or form. Just don't get it. Where is America's church? He said that he wanted to do this. Oh, okay, second thing is downloaded, so I'll be right Sorry about that. So, anyway, we have John Fetterman has some issues with some medical issues, where it could potentially be another stroke, but they're unable to actually give out proper information on what it actually was that is causing this to actually occur. I wonder what it was. Hey, Melissa Jane, how you doing, dear? Uh, Hello, Bronca sucks. What happened to Hannah Franz? I have no clue what happened to Hannah Franz. Is there something that we should know about Hannah Franz from you, Mister Bronco sucks? Sean D, good to see you, brother. Glad you're back. Fetterneck puts the circus freak in Senate. I mean, it's pretty much what it is, right? He's circus freak. He's a circus freak, and he's gonna continue to have these health issues that we're gonna continue to hear about over and over again for the next few years before somebody actually takes him out of the position that he's in. And you know how you get him out of that position? You don't. You have to wait until the next round of elections and you elect somebody better. Now, I'm not saying that, Dr. Oz is the best thing, but damn well that this guy is not the best thing for anything. No. There's something wrong with this dude. There's something wrong with this dude hardcore. And we're just going to allow it to, run rampant. I don't think we should allow it. I don't think we should allow him to do any of that. A lot of tabs open. Really don't know. Not that one. So I know that we kind of went there as opposed to going. I'm gonna see if I can't work. Do a whole Biden thing from the center out, bottom up. See if I can't, throw this news at you at a different angle. You usually go like world news and work myself into recent stuff. And apparently I didn't do as much work as I thought I did today. So what I really, really seriously do want to talk about, and I was kind of hoping that America's shirts would be here. Here's one. This one here. We'll do this one next. Okay. I don't know how many people can actually, if they're allowing people to actually speak about it, but it seems as though there's a particular employee of Project Veritas that has actually lost his position, James O'Keefe. Now, James O'Keefe has actually been doing a lot of this legwork. For them to remove him is really kind of weird and strange. This is a letter sent by 16 staffers to Project Veritas Board of Directors revealed on Thursday after it became clear that founder James O'Keefe may be ousted from the organization. As the news broke, James O'Keefe is Project Veritas began to trend on Twitter. Just Jack saying, wow. This letter reveals complaints that staffers have with O'Keefe about whom the board is expected to make a decision on Friday. The letter was obtained and published by Tim Cast. The undersigned are troubled and frustrated with James' management style and business acumen. It begins. These behaviors and actions are antithetical to our core values, and it comes to the head of this week. Most recently, the treatment of Barry Hinckley and Tom O'Hara. These two highly respected individuals did what they thought was right for the I don't know what the hell that word is of the organization, and they got berated the public on Tuesday and effectively terminated by Thursday. I find it really strange that a company that that it is, and what it does and what James O'Keefe had actually done for them, that they'd actually remove James O'Keefe from that position. It's really, really strange. So in the light of the 16 staffers listed as Michael Villani, Eric Sparkland, Mario, Jake, Patrick, Dwayne, Sal, Arden, Preston, Bobby, Bethany, Joanne, Jillian, Jonathan, Joshua, Nick, Angelo say that James has become a power junk tyrant and he is exactly who he pontificates on, who he should be exposing. Uh, so when you have this many people that actually come through and actually say that he's actually doing uh, exact things that he's actually going around and pointing at other people for doing, I mean, takes one to know one. I find it really strange um, that it took this many people to actually oust him from the company. That he was pretty much the one that was well known for doing the majority of the legwork for things like Project Veritas. Project Veritas is a steady increasing revenue stream. It is 22 million in 2021, which means it's not financial. Sure, he'll take a huge cut and make an even better news company by himself. That's what I'm thinking. He's gonna go. The stuff that he knows, the stuff that he's been going around doing. There's no way that he's gonna just stop doing what he was doing. He's gonna grow. He's gonna make himself bigger and better. He's gonna actually do something different than what that was. He will. He's always gonna. He's controversial, so he's gonna continue to be controversial. Can I help you? You're in front of my screen there, Tadpole. I can't see. I can't see. Thank you. Sorry about that. Other statements say professional relationships that apparently soured between O'Keefe and others, including the instance where O'Keefe called Spencer Meads a really, he called him that 5-letter word that starts with a P. It just straight out calls him, that, as opposed to see you next Tuesday or any other multitude of names. Uses that particular word. And we're concerned. We're concerned because he's using hateful language. Hey. Get off my table. So he's calling them 5-letter women's parts. And I don't know. I kind of skeptical about the whole thing, that it even was a thing. James went as far as to call Spencer a pussy in Vegas, and Spencer heard him say it. Both of these guys were mission driven and suffered through it. They were rated as James still called Spencer that name. He never forgave them for making a decision to leave for their own mental well-being. Issues cited include that airing grievances has led to termination, which has prevented the undersigned from previously speaking up. Lack of transparency in decision making has was a concern, as well as O'Keefe being difficult to work with, belligerent and mean, with bullying listed as a concern. Others took issues with O'Keefe's foray into musical theater, saying all of the theater stuff and how that is handled makes me very uneasy. I understand that it's rationalized as raising awareness of our brand, but the cost of both in financial sense as well as personal and resources or personnel and resources becomes priority over why donors actually give us money, which is to conduct undercover investigations with exposed waste, fraud, and abuse. Tadpoles, I tell you. Others took issue with O'Keefe's foray into musical theater, saying all the theater stuff and how that is handled makes me very uneasy. I understand it's rationalized as raising awareness of our brand, but the cost of that both in a financial sense as well as personal and resources becomes priority over why donors actually give us money, which is to conduct undercover investigations was exposed waste, fraud, and abuse. In the end, we're in a deficit now. Our fans and potential fans beyond do not respond positively to all of that stuff because all they want is for us to carry out the mission. Project Veritas has been hemorrhaging followers in the wake of its news, and the creator of the founder may be iced out. The staff and board attempting to continue without the man who made the company what it is. You know, so, I mean, when it comes to potentially hemorrhaging followers, I mean, I understand how that feels when you go up 5'10", you drop 5'10", you go up to five, you just go up a couple, you lose a couple, you go up a couple, you lose a couple. And once you get up into the, and that's at the 1,000 level, just over 1,000 level. And you get into the thoughts of once you get into 80,000, you're not going to see one or two drop or uh, up and down or whatever. You're not going to see small numbers. You're going to see big numbers. You're going to see big numbers climbing and dropping. Like, it's like I don't know how many times over the last year I've had to actually go back and resubscribe myself to Project Veritas. That's what I'm saying. Is when you actually start thinking about it, you get into it, you start realizing what that's it's just, it's a big no. It's a big fat no. There's no way. What are you doing? Okay, good. So, hemorrhaging followers, you're going to. You're gonna when you have that many thousands of followers, you're gonna go up and down. You're gonna fluctuate uh, thousands at a time, not one or 10, because you get one or 10 when you're on the 1,000 mark. So if you're 10 times that, you're gonna get 100 at a time, 1,000 at a time. That it's gonna fluctuate. It's really kind of disturbing when you think about it. So it says Veritas, which issued a statement after the news broke in the New York Magazine, Daily Beast, that O'Keefe's tenure was in question, said that they are confident in the ability to stay the course and continue to deliver on the mission O'Keefe set out for them, whether he was helming the project or not. Children. Children are great. They're awesome. And they're very, very expensive. The letter references Barry Hinckley, who was fired by O'Keefe. A thread emerged on Twitter about Hinckley alleging that he was desperate for fame and fortune and had recruited 11 other at Project Veritas employees to sign a letter declaring James O'Keefe a power-drunk tyrant, which was presumably sent to the PV's board of directors as an effort to oust him from the company. Go get it from... I don't have it. Your mom has it. It's up top. Well, then it was taken away, wasn't it? You did it. I'm not going to go get it. You go get it. Nope. Yeah. The full letter was shared by Timcast. So, apparently people, work for other people, know other people, and can get themselves out there in ways. Yes, which means Tadpole's tired. Exactly. He's tired. He's beyond ready to fall asleep, and just needs to do that. He'll get there. So as anybody that did watch Timcast, probably did hear about this or whatever. I know that they covered it in depth. I know that they actually, supposedly covered it in depth, whatever. However, held their chit chat session over the top of it. I know you do, but it was taken away. I don't have either one of them. You gotta go get them from your mom. That's how that works. So I mean, as far as somebody considering somebody like James O'Keefe a power drunk tyrant, like it's very interesting to think that somebody like himself actually just got ousted from a company that from what I always thought was pretty much his. He's the one that pretty much made it what it is. What is Project Veritas without James O'Keefe? I really don't know. I'd be really interested in the next book that's going to come up here within the probably next 6-ish months or whatever come from James O'Keefe and his old team, on what he actually does have to write about them and what he does have to say. Excuse me? What the big tab? I don't have it. I want one. Go ask Mom. Okay. Close the door on your way out? Yeah. All right, we'll see if that holds him off for a little bit longer. He doesn't see the light. He doesn't have the tendency to come in here. So it gets really dark when the light's on. Watched her turn out the kitchen light, so now it's dark. So, his Grand Poobie is the highest salary listeners. PV's IRS 990 filings. Shouldn't write about it anyway. Telling tales from the schoolyard. I mean, I'm just saying, when it comes down to it, you actually realize what's actually out there. You might be really surprised to find out um, what he's going to do next. Not saying that he should do it. Is he going to do it? I bet there's a really good chance that he does. He knows how to write books, and this, will I support him? I really don't know. It depends on what the book's really about. I really don't, care about him, personal life type thing. If it's about more Project Veritas stuff that was, that we're used to hearing about, that he has himself, hell yeah, let's do it. So couple things that I'm really upset tonight. Two people want to do shows, and two people don't show up for their own shows. It's Chinese spy balloon carried technology to monitor communication signals. Official. So this is the Chinese spy balloon that flew over the United States. So we all remember this Chinese spy balloon, and there's a lot of talk about the Chinese spy balloon and why they allowed it to actually enter the United States, over Alaska and then over Montana all the way down through South Carolina. Why this was allowed, um, is disturbing in itself. Just to allow it to fly over, it should have never been allowed. It was unauthorized, air traffic, and should have immediately been removed, um, from its position. And then when they went to go to remove it from its, what it was doing, they waited until it was almost done. So it had already done everything that it was going to do. Um, Shot it down, not at the balloon, just to pop the balloon and bring it down. They shot and destroyed the apparatus that was it was holding on to, and let it plunge into the ocean, and then went and retrieved it. And it's like, what? Why? Why would you think that that would be okay? That would be something that you should actually do. I mean, the whole thought process between on the whole thing was there wasn't one. They didn't think about anything as they were actually doing it. They didn't think, oh, we should remove it now. They didn't think, oh, let's take care of it immediately. They didn't say, oh, let's watch how we take it down. Let's pay attention to what's happening. Let's, catch it. We can figure something out. They have equipment that actually knows trajectory patterns and can actually calculate where it would be next and where they would actually be able to catch it, some way, and just the whole thing is garbage. And they actually gave it to China. They're just like, here you go. You can have all the knowledge that you want with this. When I say all the knowledge, it's got some knowledge. The high resolution imagery from the UT flybys revealed that the high altitude balloon was capable of conducting signals intelligence collection operation. The official with the State Department speaking on condition of being anonymous till the Epoch Times, the high altitude balloon's equipment was clearly for intelligence surveillance and inconsistent with the equipment on board weather balloons. It had multiple antennas and included an array likely capable of collecting and geolocating communications. It is equipped with solar panels large enough to produce the requisite power to operate multiple active intelligence collection sensors. multiple active intelligence collection sensors. That's nothing to know about the cameras and the microphones they have in government buildings everywhere, right? But now this is China flying their equipment with their sensors over the top of the United States of America and measuring several different things. Yeah, you don't have it. Why don't you lay down? No. I want to help. I want to big help. You're not getting it. Sorry, bud. Frank Gaffney, Executive Chairman of the Centers for Security Policy, told NTD that China would likely have an interest of monitoring communications between intercontinental ballistic missile silos. Monitoring communications between intercontinental ballistic missile silos. Go figure. Go figure they would actually enter some. They'd fly over the top of Alaska and then enter over the top of Montana and travel themselves all the way through the states, all the way down through South Carolina, looking for missile silos. What are they getting after? What is it that they really want? Officials say the balloon entered the U.S. airspace over Alaska on January 28th and flew over Canada before re-entering the United States on January 31st. President Joe Biden ordered the balloon taken down, and it was shot from the sky on the 4th of February. The North American Aerospace Defense Command was tracking the balloon the entire time. The United States sent a clear message to the PRC that its violation of our sovereignty was unacceptable by shooting down the balloon, protecting our own sensitive intelligence and maximizing the ability to track the balloon and recover the payload to get more information on the PRC's program. The State's Department officials said, adding that the United States would explore taking action against Chinese entities that supported the incursion of U.S. airspace. PRC stands for People's Republic of China. Of course it does. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that. So, it says the balloon is believed to be part of the Communist China's fleet of balloons developed to conduct surveillance operations, which are typically undertaken at the direction of the People's Liberation Army. The program has been in operation for several years. A Pentagon spokesman said Wednesday U.S. officials have since learned that China has flown the surveillance balloon over more than 40 countries across 5 continents, and the State Department officials said the United States is contacting other countries to learn about the scope of the program and other details. So, it's like this isn't the only balloon that they're flying around. They're flying several balloons around the world, tracking communications, tracking movements, tracking different things with these balloons, not just weather patterns. There's no way. There's so much more that they're actually doing with these balloons. and they're actually gonna they're gathering information so that they can actually, do some military undertakings. We're doing the same to them. I mean, this potentiality of that. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Why wouldn't we gather if we gather information on them? This is just that they're finally letting civilians noticed it. Civilians were warned, so it's like, oh, oops, we gotta let them know because now they know, and now they're all going to be talking about it. And we need to let them know exactly what's happening because they're going to be asking 1,000 questions over and over again until we do. Mao Ning, China's foreign ministry, told reporters in Beijing that the accusations may be part of the U.S. side's information warfare against China, claimed that the United States was overreacting when it shot the balloon down. Some U.S. lawmakers have been critical in the decision to wait to bring the craft down until it had flown across multiple states. The assessment of the risk of intelligence collection was deemed to be low to moderate, while the risk to U.S. personnel on the ground if the balloon was shot down was determined to be moderate to significant, prompting officials to advise Biden to wait to bring the balloon down until it was over water. Lieutenant General Douglas Sims, director of operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said during a hearing in Capitol Hill on Thursday. Melissa Dalton, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs, assured members of Congress that the United States was able to protect against PRC intelligence collection, saying that it is straightforward because we knew where the balloon was. The balloon entering the United States is it's because we knew where the balloon was. We were able to actually collect information to know if they were collecting data or not. Come on. You know damn well they were collecting data. You're not going to tell us that they were collecting data. There's no way that the United States government's going to be like, well, with our equipment, we were able to actually find out that they were actually, conducting surveillance on everything that is out in this world, from this state to this state, within this much of a diameter from, uh, you know, oh, okay. So I just had my wife walking in on me. So, the balloon entering the United States is part of a broader suite of operations that China is undertaking to try to get the better understanding of the U.S. Uh, Jedediah Royale, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Security Affairs, told members before being interrupted by Senator John Tester, who asked whether U.S. officials know what intelligence in Chinese were trying to collect. We have some very good guesses about that. We are learning more as we exploit the contents of the balloon and the payload itself. Ivan actually contributed to the report. So, as far as that goes, it really sounds like they could have tried to do anything anytime sooner. Refused to because they just assumed wherever they took it down over land that it would just hit people. There's no way that they could actually calculate when a good time to actually take it down would be. Uh, the U.S. military is very unintelligent at this point and not understanding basic science and how to take it down because science is weird these days. You need like 98% of scientists to agree on it for it to actually be true or something. Some ridiculous bullshit, right? America shirts, where are you? trying to work a little bit backwards so that way I don't give him all the bullcrap ones. If he does decide to show up, he actually has something decent. Um, Here's another one that we were kind of sort of covering. Um, we've covered it several different times, different stories about this particular person, and I think that it just needs to be exposed for what it is. Hunter Biden's $49,910 rent exactly matches deposit. It exactly matches a deposit. Interesting. An office shared with Chinese energy company. Huh? China. China. Did somebody say China? I'm just wondering if somebody said China, and how many times they actually said China. If this record of anybody out there saying China multiple times, to not trust them and not trust anything that's going on with Joe Biden, Hunter Biden. I'm just saying, it's a huge mistake to underestimate somebody's word usage of China. Just saying. But we don't care. We really don't care. That's the way it seems to be. We just like, oh, close your eyes, look away. This isn't happening. Kind of like you. I won't say it. Sean D. Really? That's what you want to see? You just want to see that? That's kind of okay. So this is Hunter Biden's rent at $49,910 matches the rental deposit. A house in Sweden related to the Biden's family business venture with the infamous CEFC China energy company. Hunter's $49,910 deposit also matches the amount of the money he logged at the 2018 background check documents unearthed in the New York Post. Miranda Devine. Huh. Interesting. $49,910. $49,910. Pay attention. Pay attention, because how many times is $49,910 going to come up in different stories, different things that are happening in the Biden family, and where money is being transferred in and out through. So this story has been revised in accuracy regarding the frequency of the target of Hunter Biden's $49,910 rent payments. Oh, okay, great, thanks. In an email on October 13th, 2017, Cecile Browning, a general manager of the House of the Sweden in office complex in Washington, D.C., emailed Hunter about a lease that Hunter and his Chinese business partner were trying to terminate, according to emails unearthed from Hunter's laptop from hell. Browning notes the amount of the deposit was $49,910 for the office space, and that it would be returned to Hunter upon signing the lease termination document. If you are willing to terminate the lease of 507 of number 507, the owners are willing to let you out of the lease on December 31st, 2017. Browning emailed Hunter, please note that there is a security deposit paid by you for $49,910, which will be returned within 15 days after the termination of the lease. Hunter had apparently requested the termination of the lease after his deal with the CEFC China Energy fell apart. The Biden family had previously negotiated the deal with CEFC, where Joe Biden, the big guy, would receive a 10% equity stake in the joint venture, whistleblower Tony Bobulinski stated. Quote, I do have good news. I spoke with the head office and they're willing to let you out of the lease on December 31st this year. Browning emailed Hunter a month later. Just wanted to make sure that you received my email below and also ask you to confirm so that we will prepare the lease termination documents. Hunter appeared not to respond. Browning sent a third email to Hunter on December 14th requesting confirmation of the lease. Hunter, we haven't seen you in a while in the building, and I wanted to make sure that you received my emails below. As you can see, I know I have approval to terminate your lease, as per discussion in October, either December 31st or January 31st of 2018. Whatever is more convenient for you, please confirm so that we can start preparing for the lease termination documents. Hunter's assistant Katie Dodge finally responded on January 22nd, 2018 to Browning. Dodge said Hunter did not want to terminate the lease, but a few days later, Dodge emailed Browning on January 30th and confirmed Hunter would like to terminate the lease. What's this? Oh. Hey, dear. How are you?
Hello. Just figure I'd keep you company.
Sure. Sounds good. Let's see. So this says, yes, we are confirming that Hunter would like to terminate the lease and exit the unit at the end of February, and that the security deposit will cover the remaining rent lease. You will pay this. Um, we will pay you a few thousand more for any damage. You can let me know what that amount will be. Hunter's $49,910 deposit matches the amount of money he lodged in 2018 background check document unearthed at the post Miranda Devine. Hunter claimed on the form he paid $49,910 in monthly rent from March 2017 to February 2018. It has since been learned that the rent he paid quarterly, not monthly. The document was signed in July 2018. So instead of actually paying $49,910, he was actually paying um, what 200, almost 200,000.
Jesus.
Because he'd be paying every 4 months. Right, so he'd be 50
Yeah.
times four is like almost
How big was
200,000.
this
Right.
place? Hi, guys. How big
Uh-huh.
was this place?
Not as big as you'd like to actually think it was. It's just like a normal house.
And where was it?
Like
In Maryland?
uh,
Delaware?
Delaware.
I can never remember where he's from. It's one of those little states underneath me that I don't give a shit about.
Right. The lease dates the email chain between Hunter and the house in Sweden have not been delineated. So it's like uh, seriously, it's not in Sweden. uh,
Aw.
the,
Hi,
the
Chad.
background check also noted that the Hunter's residence was Joe Biden's home in Bloomington, Delaware, where the president kept classified documents alongside his Corvette in the garage. So it's this house, Bloomington, Delaware house. There ain't no
The one with
house in
the
Bloomington,
Corvette.
Delaware
Yeah.
that's got that much of a rent. Nonetheless, anywhere in the
How do
United
they
States,
not own these houses outright, paying that much rent? I don't get it.
they're funneling money. That's what they're doing. They're
That's all they're
not.
doing is just laundering money.
Yeah.
Ugh. Who's the actual owner of the house? Who does he pay this rent to? And how does it connect back to him? It's got to in some way.
Hunter's paying dad, the big guy.
Wow, I thought my mother was a twat, fucking charging me for certain things, but wow. That doesn't even look normal. How did they not think that doesn't stand out?
Let's see. Gohagen says, I'm guessing 50K is an IRS alert level. So I mean, that could be something.
Yeah, it could be. But I mean, I would think anything that the president and his family is spending that much money on would be, an alert thing. There's no way they pulled this off just them. I mean, there's got to be tons of different agencies involved.
Dude, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, man. The $49,910 rent amount far exceeds the money recorded in Biden's taxes. Joe Biden's 2017 tax return and Schedule E only listed $19,800 in rents received. In 2018, Biden listed no rent received. Oops.
And they were worried about Trump's IRS records.
And and I don't care which side who you're questioning.
No, there should be transparency.
Right. When it comes down to it, everybody should be scrutinized the same.
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly the same, no matter what.
Absolutely.
Not politicized to, we should go after this side because this side's this, that, and the other, calling each other names, this, that, and no. Nope. That's not how it works. Straight up, fine tooth comb every single person and weed out the bullshit. But
Mr. Terrible. I have a balloon phone. No signal since the balloon got shot down. He has a chain phone.
Interesting. So, there's that. So
Dad.
What?
What else did you talk about? Or was it just this one? I only missed one. Uh-oh.
There's nothing I can do for you, man. Go lay down. Those ones? You can't see it, can you? All right. So, sorry about that. Hunter Biden's $49,910 in rent every single month, going straight back into the big guy's pocket. Being funneled around like it is or whatever. It's really disturbing that the mainstream just will not pick that up. They will not put that out there for you. They don't want you to know about it. They don't want any of that to be known. If they told you that kind of stuff, people would start really start asking questions. They don't want you asking questions. They want you to stay as dumb as you possibly can. Rents were listed elsewhere in tax forms. To say that there was no.
Where else though would you list it other than rent? You're not going to call it a different income. It's because he's going to want. I mean, he would get like a homestead rebate and everything with that stuff, and his rebate is nowhere near.
Okay, so let's think about this for a few seconds. He only filed taxes on $19,000. He made over $49,000 each month. Where else
but that's
on
what
his
I'm saying.
taxes?
Did he pay it directly to his father, or did he put it through like a shell company name? Like, do they have like a property management company that they own and could run it through without the Biden name on it? Like, how they have like a company within a company within a company, so that you can't really find where all the money goes. Because maybe that property isn't in Biden's name. Maybe it's in his property management name. Or maybe it's in Jill's name. And she files her own taxes.
I mean, right.
I mean, there's a million different ways that they can twist it. It's his house, but if his name's not on it, it don't mean nothing. You could say, well, he lives there. Well, yeah. And that's not illegal. He's married to the owner.
What's up, Grim? Go ahead. And
Grim would probably know.
You comment about the pipeline was actually blocked. They didn't like that.
He said maybe it's in Bo's name. Honestly, I don't put anything past these people.
Right? That's probably who voted for him. Oops.
I voted from heaven, Dad. You got this.
So, being that we're talking about things that have already, you know, we've already talked about, these are updates on
Hmm.
almost all, everything has an update. Everything's been uh, very interestingly updated. There you
It's
go.
funny how they want to share things now.
Uh-huh. Biden finally speaks about classified docs after journalist gives him softball. Um,
That man has never had a hard question in his life.
oh, but he sure does have a loose lip.
Hmm.
President Joe Biden has finally addressed his classified document scandals in a new interview, but not before the journalist interviewing him provided cover. After his State of the Union address, he spoke to PBS reporter Judy Woodruff, and she asked him about the scandal, but not before making certain to say that the president was handling his classified document situation better than the former President Donald Trump. As clear, there's difference again with TDS. Every single time, they can't say anything unless they bring up the other side. And this is even conservative brief.
Oh,
Conservative brief, is even doing it. And so oh, this, that, and the other.
they get
Oh,
clicks putting him in the narrative. As long as they keep comparing them. Plus, they don't know who's going to be coming up and how it's going to look in 2 years. They got to play favorites, play all the safe bets, and pat everybody on the head. Or they're going to be out of the loop. You know how Trump is. You didn't talk about me nearly enough. So you're not going to get questions for the first like 4 months. I could totally see him doing that. They know he likes to be front and center. So they paved the way. Good or bad. Still press. Still
right.
keep saying his name.
So it's clear there's a difference between the way you've handled it and the former President Donald Trump. She said you've cooperated with the archives, with the FBI, and I wanted to ask you about quickly about what you said last September. You said you said just possessing classified documents is, you said, totally irresponsible. So
Mm-hmm.
what was totally irresponsible about the fact that you had some? The president brushed off the question and said
Of course he
that he
did.
was not allowed to talk about an ongoing investigation. They've informed me not to speak to this issue to anyway try to prejudice the investigation that's going on. But what I was talking about was what was laid out. All these documents were top secret,
Mm-hmm.
code word, and all the rest, and all the rest. I'm not at liberty. I'm not even sure. I made voluntarily. No one, no one has to threaten to do anything voluntarily. Open every single aperture I have with this, with the house, offices, everything. For them to come and look and spend hours searching my home. Invited them. I can barely even read his own words.
Yeah, no, the friend. Yeah, words are not his friend.
And the best of my knowledge, the kinds of things that picked up are things that are from 1974 and stray papers. They may be something else. I don't know. Oh, maybe something else? Oh, okay. But one of the things that happened is that what was not done, well, as they packed up my offices to move them, they didn't do the kind of job that should have been done to go thoroughly through every single piece of literature that's there. But I just let the investigation have, decide what's going on, and we'll see what happens. God, his English sucks. I thought my English sucked. Maybe we should just come down here and just listen to it, I suppose. In January, it was reported that the Department of Justice is considering searching more locations of classified documents after the search for the Bloomington, Delaware home on Friday uncovered more classified materials, CBS News reported. Justice Department officials were also considering the possibility of conducting other consensual searches at locations linked to Mr. Biden, said the sources familiar with the investigation. The report said DOJ took possession of the materials it deemed within the scope of the inquiry, including 6 items consisting of documents and classifications marking to surrounding materials, some of which were from the President Biden's service to the Senate and some of which were from his tenure as vice president. Department of Justice also took the further review personally handwritten notes from the vice presidential years, the president's personal attorney said. The search was conducted over a 12-hour period on Friday with the approval of the president's attorneys, unlike the raid to former President Donald Trump's home in CNN reported. These 6 items were in addition to material previously found at Biden's Bloomington residence and in his private office. The federal searches in the Biden's home, while voluntary, mark an escalation of Special Counsel Robert Hur's probe into the president's handling of classified documents and will inevitably draw comparisons to his predecessor, former President Donald Trump. Even if the FBI searches for Trump's residence was conducted under different circumstances, the FBI 5 months ago obtained a search warrant to search Trump's Florida residence, Mar-a-Lago. And of course, they're going to go through all this because that's what matters to them, is to actually point fingers at the other side and say, "Oh look, it's totally different. It's totally different than what he did." Our classified documents are handed right back over to you without question. Look, ours are right here in the garage floor, right here next to this fancy car, right here in this office, right
here in these 12 freaking places I haven't been in like 8 years and don't know who sold them or touched them. That's great.
Right. Yeah, so, it's so much better than the guy that actually knows where they all were. And
not the ones that are in the sealed boxes over here.
Maybe. Right.
Because weren't most of Trump's in sealed boxes?
They're in sealed boxes in a
like he couldn't possibly have known they were in there.
Right. And
but these are just like anybody walking by. A wind could have picked up one of those files from the garage and sent it wherever.
Right.
What if his house would have been flooded and they would have like floated all over the place? If he had like some hurricane or something off the coast there, could easily happen. He always picks places near the water. If it flooded, we wouldn't even known that they were there. Actually, now that I think of it, I'm surprised it didn't flood on purpose.
All right. I was just kind of glancing through some chat real quick.
Gen X are almost as bad as boomers. That's for you.
Who said that?
This is terrible. Who else? Fucking joint won't stay lit. What the hell?
Oh, this is terrible. I don't know what to tell you, man. Sorry you feel the way you do. But Gen X is the best X.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely my favorite X. Corrupt, incompetent, and a creepy. What is that? A creepy old. I thought it said a creepy of. I'm like, what the fuck? Who are you talking about? I hope you're talking about Biden and not us, because I am not corrupt or incompetent or creepy. Old? Yeah. All right. We seek entertainment. No, see,
Credits.
you all are entertainment. Everything entertains us because we're just like, fuck you. Let the boomers rule. Well, I mean, they
Gen
are our
Y?
boomers.
Because why not?
Gen Y and Z are better. For what?
At what?
Kooolfrogg, were you listening when we talked about the 15-minute cities?
The 15-minute cities.
Yeah, Grim and I were talking about them. That I said that it's a thing that they thought up, and they're trying it out in parts of Europe, that they want all over,
Oh,
all over the
like a
world.
super block or whatever?
No, for
Everything's
us to
within
be
15
like
minutes
back
walking.
to villages, like where they, yeah, 15 minutes walk. Like they want you to ride a bike or walk or whatever. They just don't want you to have a
Right.
car. So
Yeah.
in order to go visit like your relatives, if they live in another town, you have to get permission to leave the area and enter another's area. Like you can't just freely go from New Jersey to New York. I couldn't freely go from like North Jersey to Central Jersey. I need like there's a whole process, and you got to have a valid reason and whatever. Can you imagine?
That'd be horrible.
Yeah. My thought is, how do they decide? Like, how are these going to be broken up if they're thinking about this? If they're pre-planning this, it has to be a spec somewhere written down somewhere.
Well,
So how do they say
because
they
if
divide
you're
people?
only allowed to go to like the next square over or whatever, the next so you say you put it in a square mile because you're talking 15 minutes walk, so square mile-ish, right? So then
Okay.
that'd be roughly, so I mean you'd probably be a little smaller than that for like a super block or whatever, where they would actually make it where this is the block that you live in, this is the block that you enter. You to actually exit this and go to the next, you'd have to have a certain whatever. Eventually you're gonna have some other issues, like China has an issue with the one child policy that didn't really work out for them. They just finally
Because they
changed
only
that a
thought
few
one
years ago.
generation ahead. Yeah.
Right. They didn't. They didn't. They continue to think about future generations. They just thought about Right.
Yeah. Screw the
Just reduce it.
generations 100 years from now. There won't be anybody left.
Right.
Not my problem.
Not my problem. I lived it.
Mhm.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Some of it when you start thinking about it, you're just like, no. I've heard of these super blocks before. Something similar to what you're saying, where they would actually have everything within 10, 15 minutes walking, and it'd be fun, but not if you're going to tell me that I can't leave it. If I can't leave it, then I'm never
Oh,
going
yeah,
to actually
no.
meet anybody else, and I'm never going to actually, like culturally grow. And it's like we already know that, like the quote unquote white person in the United States is shrinking because
But
generationally we're not growing by 5 to
see that
7%. We're
but
only
that's
growing
what
by
like
like
I'm
one
thinking of.
2%.
There's this thing in fan fiction, right? Where when I used to read it, they always used to come up with these weird like marriage law tropes. And we all thought it was funny and everything, and it was like, ha, whatever. That's not it's a lot less funny to me right now. Because if there is a population problem, if they're not getting, the population that they want to come back, what's going to stop them from matching people up based on, blood type, DNA, on their compatibility, physically, on the projection of what kind of IQ their kid is going to have? Like all that, because that's all stuff that you can figure out if you figure out, all the equations. And I'm sure that they've been trying for many, many years. But when does it stop? Like if they tell you you have to live in this village, okay, You can't go out of this village without permission. Okay, but my mother lives over there. Well, wave to her, from across the hill. But you're not going over there. Call her. Okay. So I got to give that up. All right. Now I'm living with people now. Do I know who these people in my village are? Do I know who makes the bread? Do I know? Because there's got to be somebody who does everything, right? Like that's what they want. They want the older ways of doing things where people do like trades and stuff like that so that we're more easily, controllable. We're in controllable little groups. Now, when do they come about and tell you who you're supposed to marry? How many kids you're supposed to have? You're only supposed to have this many boys, this many girls. There's too many girls living in this village, so we need to move these girls. And they start taking like your children when they're in their teens or whatever to put them in different villages. You have no say. This is where my head goes, and this is what keeps me up at night. Because it's not impossible anymore. This is not something that I would think beyond the realm of possibility that before I would have said humans aren't capable of doing this to each other. There's just no way. Now, that belief is gone. Like that last bit of innocence that I had, gone. And I totally believe them capable. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, you seem to be right to me.
I seem to be right to you. Can you give me a little bit back, Frog? Come on. I give a lot. You give a lot.
Well,
I give a lot. You give a lot.
I mean, you have to. Did the whole first
just
hour
fucking with you.
15. So I was like, yeah. I was looking through what I had left. I don't have a whole ton. I didn't. I assumed what I did have would take myself and even with American Shirts a little while to go through because I knew that he would have thoughts and opinions on some of the stuff.
He's trying to say I'm a disappointing replacement.
No, you're not. Never. Stop it. So I just know his.
No, I know
wheelhouse.
this is his jam, man.
Right. This is the
jam.
stuff that he gets into. This is the stuff that he pays attention to.
He's
This is the
passionate
stuff that
about
I pay
it.
attention to, right? And you can see it when we get in a room together, whatever. That we kind of like I'll spark up because I'll be like, oh, he's here, sweet, because I know he's gonna have something fun to say about the stuff that I have actually found.
Yeah, you genuinely enjoy him. You really do.
So
I noticed that the other night. I was like, he's so like lighthearted and everything around him. He's just like, oh. It was nice. It was nice to see that side of Frog.
Well, when you're used to, I mean, if you go back and you watch everything that we've done for the last year, whatever, you pay attention to it, you actually see that we would actually, it's just myself and him every day.
They're a good team. No, you are.
Every day for for that good year.
In the beginning, that's what drew me back.
That's what it was. Right. I'd like to try bringing that back as much as I possibly can, especially for these night shows.
Well, you got to really like tie people down to it. Like you got to, make sure they know I'm serious. I'm going to be there. You better be there. Like if you say you're going to be there, show up.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to worry or wonder if somebody's going to show up and your whole show is going to go to hell. We're working on it. You really do need to do the top.
I know that, and I know, and I still understand his issues. And
oh no, I'm not putting blame on anybody. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying.
You're very laid back, and if you're gonna put like a routine, you're gonna have to be a little stricter. Because it's important to you.
I mean,
your channel needs to grow. It's not just about you growing everybody else, which is great because that's the type of person you are. But, we all need to give back too.
Sure.
And
And
well,
then as you actually say that, I look around, and I don't like to actually say it because every time I say it, it's like somebody else is like, "Oh, okay," and he goes and you know, 1012.
yeah,
It's just like every time I look at it, it goes down a number. I'm like, "Stop
I
it!
know.
What the hell?"
I know. Guys, we really need to help Kooolfrogg out and get like his channel out there as much as possible. I don't mind being the pushy one. He's not going to do it. So you could hate on me, whatever. But he has been open to everybody. He has invited everybody on. He did a lot for me. I would not be doing this if not for him. Um, we got to give back. We got to get his name out there. Get him over that 1,000 so he doesn't drop down, because we know what YouTube is like. So let's,
That's two today. So like the slope that's
hmm
on there, whatever, is very. It's very interesting to actually see something like this. And you're just like, "Oh, wait a minute here.
what do
The
we
hell?"
tell our friends your channel's about? Well, your news commentary, right? Your news reporting,
Well,
your
right.
political commentary.
The original basis of anything that we were doing was news and politics.
Hmm.
It's all news and politics, and we don't just go off of one side of this perspective. We actually look at articles from the left, we look at articles from the right, and we give you our opinion on both sides of it. There's times where I like to actually grab the same article written by both sides and actually compare them, and I'll read both of them. Then you get to hear what the differences really are and what they're actually trying to convey to their audience, as opposed to telling you the whole story like everybody should. That's what we try to do. We try to fill in those blanks. We try giving you the rest of the story, that you're not being told. That you're not being told. We get some good stories. We get some good interesting things that we actually talk about. Some of them may not be as interesting as others because it's news. News can be kind of boring, especially this late at night. Go lay down. It's bedtime.
Well, Div and I agreed that we were going to jump on you about the segment that we want to do on your channel. Me, her, you, and, one of the guys, about, kind of like a discuss, disagree, or what's the other word I was thinking of? Deny, I guess. It's a forum for us to discuss. Oh, debunk. It was like something: discuss, disagree, or debunk. And we want to talk about all the misconceptions that happen in different relationships on gender, based on gender. We want to talk about like women in the workforce. We want both sides. We want to talk it out. We want to do that whole thing, and we want to do it with you. Would you like that? He's not even here listening to me, the son of a bitch.
I'm
This
right
is
here.
why we get mad.
I'm right here.
Well, answer, not in your head, out
Well,
loud.
I'm. My brain's still functioning.
Oh,
You
Jesus.
have to. I mean, that's right. Wait a minute here. What?
One Mississippi, two Mississippi,
See, now
three
we've actually
Mississippi.
gone past the deal, so I don't even know what to even say. So
Oh, my God. Really?
sorry, that's the way it works. Nobody over on the Rumble side, checking it out, watching. Nobody wants to watch it over there. I put it up because I know that I had a couple people that were watching on a regular. Yeah, it's like nobody. Oh, got a couple thumbs up over there. They're all just like, there's too many things that's coming at us from Rumble. We don't know which one to watch, which one not to watch.
There's a lot on Rumble now. There really is.
There's just like there.
That'll die down soon. Well, because now everybody's panicking because now all the stories are going around of people getting struck for like absolutely no reason. We struck you because of this rule. What rule? The rule I haven't made up yet. You got to give me time. I got to rewrite the TOS. Just hold your horses. Don't question me.
I'm not calling it that. I'm calling it white rice. I don't give a shit.
Seriously, no. Div and I were
Got a
talking
big huge
about the
stuffed nut
whole.
that says you can't tell me what to say.
See, he's just gonna about the whole, debunking thing and discussing thing, like how we all have misconceptions in different areas, or we have preconceptions, and we want to iron that out and talk it out and see how we could, like come at it from the other perspective to improve things, to maybe just shine a light on something. Maybe like the audience has questions about the topic that we pick, but she wants it to be like an actual like forum of discussion. Only so many people, nobody's, blinking in and out, no insults, nothing is getting like, there's no yelling. It's literally just sit down and talk and just say, look, I know you say this. This is what I hear, so that we can understand like why we're all miscommunicating so much. Why one person says, I said that, and you're like, no, that's not what you said. That's what I said. Well, that's not what I heard. And then it goes back and forth and back and forth. Like we want to, like look into that. We want to delve deeper into that, why it happens. Like, is it worse in some areas, of like different topics or whatever? Is it like jealousy? Is that a huge thing? Is it something that we want, or is it something that we lie and say we don't want it, but we really do? And then like we set up the scenarios so that that happens. Like men think women do X, Y, and Z. We want to have our shot at defending ourselves, but not in a defensive way, like in a educational kind of explaining way. And sometimes a funny way. Because I'll be there and I can't keep it serious too long. But what do you think? I'm pitching it to you right here in front of everybody. This way, if they don't like it, they can tell you too. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You have first dibs.
I'm disturbed right now. So
why are you disturbed? At who?
Because.
What?
Because.
Why?
People want to do things. They want to run shows. They want to actually do certain specific things. And every single time, and I just watched another person just unsubscribe over on the Rumble side of things. Yes, it's just like whatever. You can please some, you can please others. You can please. Sometimes you can't please anybody. When it comes down to it, you do things that make you happy. So I'm down for anything. I've always been down to try different things, try new things, try new topics, new formats, new whatever, and just try new things and see what happens. Because you just never know. You might just find the next best thing that people are just like, oh my god, this is so funny, and these people doing it are great. Mm-hmm. So like I'm always going to be down, and the reason that I'm upset is because one person says he wants to do something and doesn't show up. The next person says they want to do something and they don't show up. So then I end up here, not paying attention to you because I'm disturbed at what happened through the night, because I set up a couple things and it wasn't good enough. It was just like, well,
I think you did a good show. You did that on the fly by yourself.
Well, it's because I did enough research to be able to do some of it.
Well,
if people were going to stick around and I was actually going to have an audience, I was going to actually stick around even longer. And I had, I do have a couple other things that I had pulled up, whatever, so I don't really care about. Really don't. The TOD is focused on China, defense official says. Some more China stuff. Jim Jordan says that dozens of FBI whistleblowers have come forward over weaponization against conservatives. That meeting was like 3 hours and 39 minutes long. I had actually watched like a couple clips earlier today during the early show. Uh, I'd be willing to actually go back and watch that completely, the whole 3 hours, because of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had another article of before we end up in wars with Russia and China simultaneously. Let's review the nuclear balance of power. So I mean, just it'd be more of a weighing out the conversation by the time we it's like myself and American Church. I would have asked him beforehand, do you want to watch the subcommittee thing? If he paid attention to it at all, and if it would be something that he'd be wanting to do, we just hit play and we'd talk over the top of it like we normally do.
Mm-hmm.
And if you said no, not really, I would have scrapped it and done all the other things. So it's like when I do the production work for this show, I don't just do it for one person or another. I do it for myself. I do it to make sure that if these topics are good enough to trigger America shirts. Sometimes I get it. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes if he's tired, he's not paying attention, or if there's other things going on in his life, he just that he's distracted. Sometimes it happens. So, other times I hit it out at the park with him or whatever. I can get 20 different articles up, and he'll say something, as well as myself saying something through each 20 articles or whatever, and we make it last 4 hours, and you just be like, "That was a great show." So sometimes it's good show. Sometimes it's just like, "Oh, okay, that wasn't the best. We can do better."
Mm-hmm.
Like myself and Darth, I was looking forward to doing the that second part of that trial or whatever, and I had a time slot set up so that we would actually, and he just kind of was like, "Oh, okay, sounds good," and then he didn't show, which turned into a funner show because we did 21 questions with T3.
Yeah, but that was literally just filler. That was right off the cuff. I literally pulled it off my wall. So I mean, we were not prepared for that. That was not fair to you at all. I mean, we did the best we could,
But it was fun. It was fun.
It was a lot of fun. But I'm sorry that your friends disappointed you twice in one day.
Mr. Turtle says, "I'd never flake on you, bro, but I'm too shy."
Don't listen to Mr. Terrible. He said he likes it when you're solo, ass. So.
And and I see Andrew quit trying to stop trying to please others, Frog, to see you, and that's pretty much what I do. And you notice how I was still able to hold some kind of a show with or without him. T3 popped in. She is and does have power to actually move in and out of StreamYard.
I'm sorry.
Of StreamYard. Come on, T3.
Well, come on. You set me up so good. I didn't say nothing.
of StreamYard, so as far as that goes, she's the, she has the power to if something's just not going right, something happens or whatever, she can just end broadcast. She can start broadcast for me, if worst comes to worst. Not that she has access to articles, so she wouldn't be reading news articles that I would have had picked. I would have to actually keep on posting stuff where I had been in that locked room on Discord, which I haven't been using. Those who know. As far as that goes, I don't know. I'm not going to do anything more tonight. Because why should I?
Because you want to. Because
Oh,
you live to
but
live stream.
I've been right. I'm like,
Are you getting
I'm
burnt
not
out?
gonna,
Because if
I'm
you're
not
not
gonna
enjoying
read
it,
any
don't
more
do it.
news articles. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not
Oh,
gonna. The news is done. Anybody that was looking for news, wanting the news. Uh, Thank you so much for being here. Please support me.
man.
Well,
If you can't be athletic, be an athletic supporter. I'm sorry. It hit.
yes, Andrew, I am still enjoying it. That's the thing. It's um the people that asked not even 24 hours ago to be sure that something was going to happen so that they would be there. Uh, were unable to make it themselves. So first show was completely canceled, and we had fun. Four of us, myself, T3, Shizzy was not, and Divinity had a great time. And then I'm like, all right, so I'm gonna go and be serious with American Shirts for a few hours. Got a few things for them, and I was able to be serious with myself for an hour and a half. The
That's impressive.
Yeah, right. The interesting part is that I was actually able to actually still entertain. It was at 13, the 10 to 13 of you, um, for that hour and a half, and you were all fine with it. Adding one person, adding that thought process, actually increases the time frame of the hour and a half to about 2 hours and 15 minutes, depending on what they actually say. Because you have to actually imagine they're going to have opinions and thoughts in and around different conversations and opinions, and depending on what chat's saying and whatever else is going on, you can really change a one person hour and a half show to a 2 hour to 3 hour show easily, just by simply adding a second person's perspective. When you start adding and getting 6 to 10 people in a room, you could imagine how long it would take before you had a room of 10 that would sit there silent and have no thoughts or opinions. I know myself and T3 could probably sit in a room together and just be like, finally, shut the fuck up. I'm so glad that he shut up.
You can't say that about me because I'm always trying to make you talk.
That's what I had you say it about me. I really enjoy doing this stuff, so I don't know. Anybody else's what is winning reality? What I want to know.
Where's winning reality? Well,
Winning reality. Yeah, where is he?
I told you things have been quite active over in the Melonhead camp. So, the obsession is real. So, that's where he's been. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on that I'm just like, okay. It's funny because the more time I spend with you, the less drama I know about. It's weird.
It's weird. It's weird.
It's weird.
It's
like
weird
they come here and they're like, I don't know.
How the trauma that does come around has a tendency to just eventually wander off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. Did I close? Okay, I was gonna say. The hell?
What are you
missing something? Missing
You're
something.
missing something?
This is a
Missing it?
picked up a new member tonight. Did I? Did I miss something?
Oh, Mr. Terrible. T3, spill the beans. I love drama. No. You'll see. I can't give out spoilers. But you'll see. It's coming.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Exciting.
Mm-hmm.
So, looking through here, it tells me when and who gets the new member. And it's not telling me.
Okay, since you go look at your numbers. Go ahead, look at your numbers. I'm going to talk to your chat. So since you guys heard me and he didn't bother to listen, what do you think of the idea? If we did a panel like that, 4 people max, right? Maybe if it's a
This is the one that we've talked
topic.
about several times, right?
The one I've been chasing you for 3 fucking months. Yeah, that one. So instead of I can't
What
wait
are we
for you,
waiting
so I
for?
went to Div. No, I went to Div, and now we're both gonna bully you until you do it.
What are we waiting for?
We're waiting for you to get off your ass and decide who you want on. Jesus.
I'm fine with I told you that because
Do you hear him? Do you hear him?
So
I can't.
because
3
of
months.
the somewhat conversation.
3 months. I've been.
No, I told you because of the somewhat relationship. It actually, Divinity and Darth would be a good place to start. But under circumstances, maybe Shizzy might be a better option for that.
Yes, I would like a more
the panel that we had earlier tonight.
Older, married, experienced point of view.
Yeah,
like that.
And that's his right.
And then you.
Right. That's right. Obviously, yourself and myself would be actually,
No, you and Div are the youngins. Me and Shizzy are the old ones who've been through it. So you've just been through it more times than I have.
All right.
We were just thinking of alliterations, Mr. Terrible. You know how I am with alliteration. I didn't want to say debate because I don't want it to be a debate. I want it to be a dialogue where everybody gets the chance to say something. And then we can, take questions in the form of super chats. Let's see. Shizzy and Frog are simps though. No, that's bullshit. Shizzy, did you watch my whole show with Shizzy on my channel? Because we just back and forth. And he was like, no. And I was like, no. And it was back and forth. But it never got, there was no animosity. There was no disrespect. I understand he has a different point of view. Okay, I'm not getting it. Talk me through it. Walk me through. Step A to B. Talk to me like I'm stupid. Talk to me like I'm a woman. Because I know you love to hear that, don't you, you little bastard? But anyway, we got along great. He was eviscerated by Divinity, but they need that because I'm not going to come at anybody that hard like that. I need Divinity to kind of be the sharp edge because believe me, she will tear into you. I'm the nicer one when it comes to discussion. She won't budge.
I'll let her.
Yeah, there you go. But we'll give her the whip.
Let's go.
Yeah. But I mean, this is what I want, Mr. Trouble. I want us to be able to, say, okay, my strength is I know this, and this, but I'm not too sure about this. I've always been confused why women do this. I've always, this is why I think women do this. And some of you are so far off, and I'm sure we are too. But we're not talking to each other. We're blaming each other. It's always, all women are this, all men are that. All blah. How about that's not getting us anywhere but further apart? We're not going to fix anything if we keep fighting amongst each other.
Mr. Terrible, T3 is actually shockingly very civil.
I
Yes.
am,
She's an
especially
awesome
given
person,
where I'm
that's for sure.
from.
It says there's 5 watching over on the Rumble side
You
of things.
think they bend the knee to me? Have I ever asked you to bend the knee? Ever?
Yeah, no, right?
No. Do you think I asked you to bend the knee?
No. So I
No.
said no, right?
Same with Shizzy. Let me tell you something. Shizzy's put me in my place more than once. Shizzy's the one that got me to talk to Crystal and give her another
Andrea.
chance because I wasn't gonna. I was like, oh, she's not coming back? Good. And Shizzy was like, Shelly? No, don't Shelly me. He's like, no. And I swear to God, you could go listen to it. It's on my stream. He said, no, I think you should. And he laid out all his points. And I was like, all right, do I want to give in to these points or do I just want to be petty? I really, really, really want to be petty, but I can't because, like, people are watching and people are listening, and I don't want to set that example.
Andrea, YouTube gods did not like the use of the word cock for rooster. Using an axe on your cock is frowned upon by the YouTube gods.
Well,
I mean, if we entertain you at all,
yeah.
I mean, there's a little $sign down below, or there's a couple other places that you can go. Here, just hit one of them up. I want to quit this job. I really do. I know I have to go to work tomorrow.
Wait. She said, I'm sorry, but I can't do CP, sir. I can't do CP, sir.
I'm sorry, but I can't do.
That can't mean what I think it does. Chooks made you. I have no idea. I have no idea what's happening. Oh my God. What is happening? Is it an Aussie thing?
What the hell?
It's probably an Aussie thing, right? Should we ask Magcore? That's what I said. What's a chook? Is it a cop? Heidi. Hi, Heidi.
Choke?
Oh, it talks over people.
She trying to like choke?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Choke? Made me type that. Chokes. Made me type that. Like there's an action.
Anyway, so yeah, no, that's. I gave her another chance because of Shizzy, because he didn't tell me to do it. He just gave me his reasons why he thought I should, and he had valid points. I'm not unreasonable. Am I emotional? Yeah, sure. Am I temperamental? Oh yeah. Am I bitchy? Without a doubt. Am I bossy? To my bone marrow. But I'm also forgiving, and I'm willing to bite my tongue for a certain amount of time until I just can't anymore. And I'm willing to give somebody another shot because I would want the same. Some days I'm off my meds. Some days I'm just in a really bitchy mood. I don't know. I don't know what Shelly's going to wake up that day. And I hope for the grace that somebody would give me another chance. So if I want that, I have to do the same. Heidi knows who she's talking of. Probably. Yeah, we don't want to have a panel that's mean. I don't want any yelling, like none of that.
No.
I want it to, and that's why we need like cooler heads to prevail.
No straight up swearing. If you,
yeah. And I'd like to get it to where we're so good at like discussing it amongst one another, like the four of us, that we can have guests, because that would be great. I don't want to have guests if we're going to be like, like, no, I want it, you know, to help people. You guys know that's what I'm about. I don't want anything but that. I want things to get better. I want to leave my kids in a better place. So, and I want to get Frog subscribers, which is why we're doing it on his channel exclusively in the beginning. And then we'll start to, like, you know, rotate.
I guess
She can organize an emu
talks
to talk.
over people. Heidi knows who I'm talking of. Guessing the talking crystal.
You notice I'm
That's
usually
just for
quiet
my-
on those streams. I'm like either not there, no, or I'm like, yeah, no, I'm just, yeah. Well, sometimes silence is the better option.
I think Kooolfrogg knows, but I cannot listen to shows with her. I'm glad you did this adult second chance thing, talking trash of truth, for your sake. But I'm hopeful things can be done without her on. Yeah, panel. Yeah, exactly, exactly.
That's why we want a very set format for like the whole discussion.
It's kind of, you know, this
He's still on Bigfoot.
The early show was to pick up a timestamp, to pick up, you know, because at noon Mountain Standard Time, everybody knows that Kooolfrogg is live, and he's got multiple different people that are around.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, those are fun, those are great, but that was to get a time frame that everybody knows where I'm around. Now they can, you know, content can be, you know, played with, changed, limited to this is the only people that are going to be there from this time to this time, you know, or whatever, you know, so that we can try creating more of a show as opposed to this open randomness that we've been doing.
Mm-hmm. Something with more structure that you guys can interact with.
Right. So like the show starts at noon, and we usually do 4-6 hours average.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so we could take a couple of those hours out and just be like, well, this is what we're going to do. And, you know, we can transfer people to another channel. We can switch channels. From early show 2, or we can do trial runs at the end of the early show, or the beginning of the early show.
And it would be open to like more than just what we want to talk about. We take suggestions.
Right.
You know, you could always email us and say, hey, you know, could you think about doing this? Because we want things to talk about. You know, we run out of ideas too. Why do you think I'm always talking about sex stuff? It's what I know, and it gets the laugh. That's why I go
You're
there.
not getting any. Stop talking to me, Lauren.
That's why I always go there. It's a easy breezy, you know, oh, look, I have their attention kind of thing. Do I mean everything I say? Hell yeah. But it doesn't mean I need to say it right that minute. I do it, you know, to have something to talk about. You know, if he's prepared something, now he can't do it. It's like, okay, we have 4 hours to fill. What are we going to talk about? I don't know. First, I'm always going to go for something, you know, a little cheesy, a little emotional, and a little or a lot dirty. That's my formula. That's who I am. That's what you get. And then when he goes into something serious, I got to switch modes.
Like, so I know Mr. Terrible likes the politics. Mr. Terrible comes around, really enjoys it when he comes around when we're not talking politics, but really, really interacts when we are talking politics and or a couple different controversial topics. So maybe as opposed to doing regular format stuff on one day a week, as opposed to doing the early show, we do a Shtick with Kooolfrogg night show during the day. And I invite absolutely nobody in except for maybe American Church because he's got the day off or something. I'll, schedule it with him a week ahead of time, make sure that he was supposed to be scheduled for tonight, but whatever.
Breathe in and let it go. Come on, Elsa.
Yeah.
Do your job. Let it go. Come on. Let the disappointment flow out of your fingertips. Go send it to somebody else. Darth is sleeping. Go send it to him. Out, damn spot.
Let's get somebody to come talk to him.
Who are you going to get?
I don't know, maybe.
Who you going to get?
Let me help this guy out. He's been bugging me. I need to get him something.
Okay.
Be right back.
See? He just walks away. But at least this time he told me. One time he walked away. I had a whole conversation with him. He came back and I was like, let me pretend like I haven't been talking to him for 15 minutes. Constant giggling is just as bad as the over talking. We'll see, that I can agree on. Forgetting that there were new ones on. I meant to be back here for the regular shirt show. Yeah, he didn't seem to make it tonight. We don't know what happened. I just hope he's okay. Well, there's just so much going on the interwebs. I mean, who said this about that? And who's creating a new format? And who's going back to kissing somebody's butt? And who's talking shit? And now these two aren't talking because this one's doing this. And oh my goodness, it's just so much. Thank God I watched soap operas as a kid because I would never be able to keep up. Oh my God, never. And they do the same thing that the soap operas did. It's the same characters over and over. They just replace the actress. It's a new face. Same shit, different day. But it's true, right? Like, that's all they do. Oh, I'm a bit. You can almost hear the chest puffing when these guys get on and they start their posturing, like Tim Pool with his posture. Get out of here. Oh, I don't got it. But first of all, you're like 4'2". Shush. Shush. You're bald. You wear a hat. We all know there's nothing under it. Shush. Either stand up for what you really believe in or sit down and let the guy behind you stand up. Don't just run your mouth. It's just noise. I'm not that person. Like, if I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. I don't break promises. I really would like to. He aggravates me. He just aggravates me. Because how can you be so small and yet so full of yourself? He just doesn't own reflective surfaces, or he only looks at his bank account. Is that it? Because I'm sure that's the only fantastic thing about him. His music is shit. So whatever. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I can imagine somebody saying, oh my God, you'll never be on Simple. I'll never be on Simple anyway. I don't want to. I don't show my face. It's the only protection I have. I don't care that you know what I look like, but for me to be on camera, I don't have that level of confidence in myself anymore. And, I don't want you to get too attached. Little doodle syndrome. I'm sure he gives off very, very, very big little dick energy. He really does. Just like the dude that works for him, the one with the, like the curly Weird Al Yankovic hair. I can't. Why does he talk crooked all the time? I don't get that. Why do they tilt their head in front of the microphone and talk with their head tilted like puppies? Like, are you confused when you're talking, or is that your submissive pose? Are you baring your neck and saying, yes, you're the alpha, I'm the beta? You're all betas in that room. Except that one old dude. He says shit straight every time. I just don't remember his name because I wasn't that interested. And they don't spend time on people that have actual opinions. Venti's chat was hammering him. Yeah, and I'm sure he sat there just like flap, 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 flap into it all. Oh my God, they're talking about me. That's all they care about. Oh, they're talking bad about you. But they're talking about me. That's what's interesting. They're still talking about me. That's all that matters. Getting his numbers up. He's a coward and everything, but he's not stupid. He made a stupid move with that little, what was it? The little speech he gave about it's an op. It's an op. It's an op. Stop talking like you're in the middle of the CIA and you know what's going on. I can't. It's not. The only op that's going on is like the game Operation. They're sitting around just playing tiddlywinks and shit. Everybody acts like I know what happened. No, you don't. Yeah, he lost like 20K subs. Unfortunately, they'll get curious when something happens in a week and they'll flock right back. That's what they all do. The way he talked to his chat was ridiculous to me. How do you take people for granted like that? It's abusive. He was like, you don't like what I say? Get the hell out. Like, I'll go. Bye. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Bro, like, you don't say that to people. These are people who are loyal to you. They literally waste their time sitting there listening to the bull that comes out of your mouth day after day, night after night. Talk to their friends about you. Go and chat and interact. They get your algorithm, they get you up in the algorithm. And he has the nerve to say, you don't like it, leave. You don't agree with me, leave. How is that having a conversation with anybody? And then you say, oh, well, the right doesn't do this and the left doesn't do that. Nobody will talk. Nobody will talk, but you're doing it. You're saying, this is my stance. If you don't stand with me, get out. I don't want anybody here who doesn't stand with me. Yeah, I get that he's been that way a long time, but it still won't make it right. He appeals to a certain type of person, I guess. He amused me for like a while. I never took him seriously, though. He's just, I don't know. The way he talks about things and then he's like, oh. And he's so condescending. Like, he'll throw words out that he doesn't even know what they mean. You know how many times I corrected him while he's talking? That's what amuses me, because he misuses words. And I'm like, isn't this shit scripted? Like, what the fuck? Like, he should not have gotten that word wrong. I would fire whoever wrote that, because he does. He gets words wrong all the time because he likes to use big words and he thinks he knows what they mean, and they're not the right words. Oh, yeah. He seems to like burning bridges with his friends. I don't get it. But then they do that little, reach around thing that him and Jeremy did today with the, I'm sorry, bro. No, I'm sorry, bro. We need to stand together. Shut up. The only thing you're standing on is your friggin' wallet. Are they going to have a reunion show? Oh, everybody will click in. We'll split it, man. If I hear one more time, it's about the grift. Shut up. The grift used to be like a funny kind of thing. They're making it into this really negative thing. Like, they got to suck the fun out of everything. I thought I heard Kooolfrogg come back, but he's so quiet. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. Guess he's not back. Those two. Yeah. And the thing is, like, I like Jeremy. I do. I like the quartering, but the whining gets a little bit after a while. Like, I have to like play him at double speed because I just don't want to hear it anymore. It's just, are you finally here? Are you sleeping? Are you being angry at yourself? Hello?
So, sorry about that.
Divinity! Yay. Save me. He keeps leaving me
Divinity.
or being
So,
quiet.
what?
Don't
Told you I had to walk away for a minute.
I know.
So then,
When you first go into a stream and the first words are give me money, you lose your look. Yeah, I could see where that would be. You rub you a little wrong. That's ridiculous. I mean, they forget what they were like when they started. I really do think some of them can't think back that far. They have like that, I don't know, success bullshit sparkle in their eye, and they just can't remember what it was like to struggle. Oh, would I love to go out and buy whatever the hell I want? Sure, I would. Can I? No. Yeah, because it's like, well, why don't you buy this mic? And I look up the mic and it's like a $400 mic. Maybe because I'm not Midas. How about that? Right. I touch shit, it don't turn to gold. I hocked on my gold.
I touch shit, I got a dirty hand. I had a thought to go along with one of those. What you were, I think it was what you were just questioning on. Would Andrea say something that you were? What you were just talking about.
We were talking about them being about the money. We're talking about Tim Pool and everything, and him and Jeremy, how they're doing like the whole fake, oh, I forgive you, I'm so sorry, kind of let's make up, bro. And I said, watch them do a reunion show for the grift.
That the give me money thing or whatever. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been told I don't ask enough.
Oh no, this isn't about you. We're talking about how they their audience.
I'm just saying, this is like, I've been told that I don't ask enough, so it's like, I feel bad asking the little bit that I do. Mm-hmm. Can't imagine starting a show and being like, if you haven't done so already, go down below and hit that money option and go ahead and throw me our money. Otherwise, I'm not going to give you anything until you do. You're like, nah.
Well, I mean, that's like Bronca. He won't answer any questions for super chats that are under a certain amount. What? Oh, yeah. Like if you send him a $4.99 super chat, he won't answer your question. But if it's $5, he'll answer it. He only answers the super chats that are $5 or more. And he brought one up, read the question. He goes, oh, that's a really good question. Too bad you didn't pay the $5. And down it went. I was like, oh. And that was the last time I watched his stream. I was like, I'll see him on other streams, but I can't. I just can't take the ego that these guys have. What? And it's like this is what they talk about when they say like toxic masculinity. But it's not the masculinity that's the problem. It's the toxic ego of just an egotistical person. Male, female, it doesn't matter. It strikes both. It strikes both just as easily. But we only really call it out when the guys do it. If the girls do it, they're like, oh, well, they have to stand up in a male society. It's not a male society. There's more of us than there's of them. Okay? Let's just get that right out of the way. There's 4 of us for every one of them. which is why bitches are single, because they're not like making the most of themselves, because they have a lot of competition. I don't need a man. Yes, you do. You want one. You got to be willing to do certain things. This is what I want to talk about. And I want to go beyond like the Bronca stuff where he says, oh, well, once you get to this point, you're ruined. Listen,
Come talk to us.
if you're gonna say something like that, then I mean, all you're doing is making a bunch of women feel bad about themselves for no goddamn reason, because you can't speak in absolutes. You don't know everything. You're not God. You're a bitter dude. Like, come on. Who thinks he knows best? It's like, okay, on some things I agree with him. On some, he's dead wrong. On some, I really think he should like swallow his tongue or something, because that kind of shit doesn't need to be put into the universe. But he hits every level. He hits reasonable, unreasonable, and what the fuck, Bronca. Like, he does all three. I want a lot less of the what the fuck section. Acid rain is real or no? I mean, if it was acid rain, wouldn't it eat through like our clothes and shit?
Ozone layer hole was patched? By what?
It was patched. I mean, we stopped using like tons and tons and tons of hairspray, but I don't really think that was contributing.
I mean, here in the States we did. Did we do that in any other country?
I don't know, but they didn't have hair as big as we did either. Like the 80s, I could go out in a rainstorm and my hair would not flatten. It wouldn't move. It withstood all the elements. Nuke drills in Long Island schools. Climbed under our desks. I mean, we always had those. You had to go find a closet, find a doorway.
They'd mask some of them as being tornado drills, but whatever.
Andrew said my left tit was used to patch the ozone. What size is that?
That's kind of what I'm like. Damn, Andrea, I'm interested. Mr. Turbo, wow, you stack like Mindy Irwin. I love you. To Andrea.
She definitely brings humor to the party every time. See, like, I love our chat. Like, you guys are always over on mine, or you're here, or you're in Shizzy's. You guys tend to flow together. And it's a really good vibe when you guys are like doing stuff together. You keep the conversation going. You have little side chats that amuse the shit out of us, because y'all are funny when you go at one another nicely.
No, in my tummy.
Oh, I found an Aussie who doesn't like Bindi. She doesn't like Bindi. I thought that was like against your national, like, constitution or something.
Bindi's a twat dipstick. No. Not a good impression of Australian.
Oh. Listen, I stopped buying magazines a long time ago because there's nothing good in them. Not one article, nothing. It's just a bunch of crap. This month, they're telling you how to give the best blowjob. Next month, it's a totally different kind of blowjob. Like, not for nothing, it's one dick. Just master your own friggin' way of doing it and the way he likes it and go with it. That's it. Learn to be adaptable. Every man is different. And that's the other thing. You ladies with that, you're like, oh, I could never put that in my mouth. I get that. I do. But only on a I want to be accepting kind of level because I really don't understand it. It's not going to bite you. It's not going to hurt you. You have all that power in your hands and right in front of you, and he is completely at your mercy and just begging you to make him feel good. And you could do it slow, you could do it fast, you could tease him, you could really like torture him until the end. And believe me, they'll love it if you do. But there's so much you could learn about them. Believe me, they just talk yap 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 the whole time. And they have no idea what they're saying because the blood has completely left their brain. It's just, and they do say the sweetest, oh my God, you're so this, oh my God, you're so that, because they just want more and more and more. Sometimes that's the only way you're going to get complimented. Okay. Take it where you can. It's just, I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it because when you're with somebody and I mean, it's not like I walk down the street and I'm like, oh, I'll blow him. No, like that was a very intimate thing for me. That was definitely like long-term relationship things.
I'm gonna end this poll.
What?
I forgot I had a poll.
What's the poll? You're an ass. What's the poll?
Do it. Yes or yes. 89% said yes. 10% said yes.
Do what?
I think we were talking about doing the show.
Okay. Mr. Terrible, what the hell was that? What is that I can't see? It's a weird color.
Milk?
Oh, is that milk?
2 glasses of milk?
It's literally like fading right into the background for me. Flavored or not, Mr. Terrible. What are they talking
into
about?
The background. Because it's white and your background's white. Weird. I turn everything that I have, like I turn on night mode on everything.
Oh no, for this I stay like this.
Everything's black, blue. Only the
if
top
it was
strip
dark,
is white.
I'd be asleep. Really? I have a hard enough time staying awake sometimes. It's Bindy's milk. Oh Jesus.
Bindy's breasts scream mama to me.
Mr. Terrible, have you ever watched The Lead Attorney? Because I think you'd get along really well with him. He's all about the lactation station.
Oh, it's right there.
Just put that out there. I mean, he put it out there on a live stream, so it's public knowledge. He has probably the biggest smile of anybody I have ever seen. Ever. That shit'll light up a room.
I mean, I guess they're pretty decent sized, but
What, Bindy's breasts?
yeah.
They're pretty big.
She's pretty big.
Yeah, they're pretty big. Especially since she's so goddamn small. She always looked like a little monkey when she was a baby. That's what she reminded me of. Hello. Hello.
I'm looking at pictures of Bindy.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, I'm trying to see if I can see how big her breasts really look.
Why don't you just Google Bindy's breasts?
Because you're going to give me some fake.
Bindy's real breasts.
Well, yeah, then they definitely give me the fake ones.
Wait.
Like trying to Oh, okay. I mean, she's not really that kind of butterface. Just saying. I mean, call me what you will.
You sure you want to say that to me? I'm just saying.
Not
Heidi
afraid.
said, I've been laughing so hard and constantly with all you guys, and I haven't even been in live with chat. You guys have been hysterical, but also interesting, plus very kind. Human situations going on. Who has huge boobs? You have to say it like I do. Say they're huge.
Huge. Huge. Yeah, you
They're
kind of like
huge.
Trump. Trump says it that way as well. He kind of calls him huge. It's the way it is.
Debbie! I haven't seen you in so long. It's
Where's
weird,
Debbie?
Debbie.
Oh, hi.
Where you
Good to
been,
see
girl?
you. Avoiding us.
Hmm.
I'm just
Probably hiding over with Madcore. You gave us up.
So, I mean,
Well, I mean,
to give you a better glance at what everything looks like, it gives you a little bit of shape on the butt, and then she's
mm-hmm.
got some boobs. I mean, not bad. But like I said, there's something up with that face.
She's just got a lot of cheek. Like a lot of cheek. And that's all like natural. Like you thought like that would be baby fat that went away. No, that's just her face.
I'll get you some milk in a minute, okay, Bob? Kid.
Heidi said
We were just
first
up.
thing
I
to
just
say.
filled the cup. I gave him some gummies, and he wanted some. He wanted Cheetos. I didn't have any, so I offered him either goldfish or those veggie fries, like green, orange,
Mm-hmm.
and kids like
Yeah, I
them.
love
But
those. Yeah. I love them. What kids love them? They're
so
tasty.
he wanted both. He wanted both the veggie fries and the gummies. So I gave him a few
Mm-hmm.
gummies. He sucked those down before I even had the veggie fries. Put it in a bowl. And so I'm like, oh, okay, let's
Little
use that bowl.
infusion of sugar, Dad.
And I
Sure enough.
filled the cup. And he drank the whole cup. Those gummies don't have that much sugar in them. They really don't.
Never give him sugar free. He'll wind up with diarrhea.
They're vitamin C packed gummies.
Yeah. No, I'm
I'll
just
get you
saying,
some
never
more.
ever give anyone sugar free gummies of any kind. You will get diarrhea, violent diarrhea. Just a warning. So go ahead. You gave him the
But
gummies. He ate the gummies. He drank the milk. Or was it
he
milk?
ate most of the chips and now he wants more milk. It's like, oh,
Well,
of course.
next
Yeah.
time give him half a cup. And when he asks for more, give him the other half a cup.
Yeah. Uh huh. He'd just be like, now I need another one. I'll
Add
be
more.
right back.
You had veggie fries the other day. I used to love when my son would get the veggie fries and the veggie straws. Oh, I didn't like the chips though, the veggie chips. I don't know, it's just too much surface area. I believe he is 3. I believe he is 3. I believe I can fly. Heidi, I like talking about all different kinds of stuff. Serious, not serious, absolutely impossible, anything. And that comes from me growing up in a house where you weren't allowed to talk about anything. Everything was bast, bast. Like you have to stop, stop, stop. Don't talk about that. Like, all right. Aw, tadpole. Poor thing. He needs more sleep. His poor little body's got to heal. But yeah, I don't like when people argue over a difference of opinion because it's all it is. It's an opinion. You're basing it on what you know through your perception. You can't possibly be exactly eye to eye with anybody else. None of us agree on everything. So what does that mean? None of us can talk to one another? I just find it ridiculous. That's what the world has come to. Oh, you believe this. We can't be friends. Why not? I mean, if like, all right, say I'm a Catholic and you're a, I don't know, Satan worshiper and you want to, like go out together and like, I don't know, sacrifice pigs or something. Yeah, I don't think I'd be down with that. That's a difference too far. But like if, I don't know, like you like going to one movie and I like going to a different kind and I really don't like yours and you really don't like mine, I think that's a doable, difference in a friendship. I think you could work around that. I just don't see why people see everything as so just black and white. And I hate even saying that because that makes it into like it automatically takes it to a race place, which is not what I meant. You
No, I
can't
knew
say
what you
right
meant
or
though.
wrong.
So I mean,
But I mean, that's the thing. Like they're just everything's got to be. It's either I'm right or you're wrong. That's how they see it. Not like I'm right or maybe I'm wrong. I'm right, you're wrong. That's it. It's end of discussion. Then why bother talking to somebody about it if you're not going to listen? If you're not
which
strong enough to be challenged. If you
which
can't
if you
stand there and
actually look at and watch the majority of this, because I said there's a couple things that I had left, and I didn't know what shirts wanted to cover. It was going to be a question on what to cover, and if he wanted to do
yep,
the Armed Service Committee, whatever, for Jim Jordan's committee, and watch that. And when you actually watch a lot of it, which we watched some of it, I watched a lot more than I'd shown earlier. It's very interesting on the stuff that they're actually, because you just like you're saying, that's the kind of stuff that they're trying to control.
hmm and that's what like Terrible said that he used to get along with people, but after Koof and after friends pressuring him to conform basically to do things and to have certain accessories, then there was no more unity. And that's really where it blew up because everybody was on their own. Everybody's, being, internet like keyboard, warriors because there's nobody face to face. There's no more humanity. They took that away and they put these walls between us so that we could communicate, but we weren't really connecting. So we could be what they knew we would be, our most vicious selves. Like we're our most stubborn or our most depressed. Like this type of thing makes you act extreme. It can push you to every extreme you have. And we seem to have turned that on each other and then we stayed there, stuck. Because now, like once we were allowed back out, we didn't know how to deal with one another. Because we spent all these months like behind keyboards fighting. Because, brave. You're brave because, I'm on the other side of the world. You know, it's messed up. We let our worst faces out and forgot how to put them away again. Like we forgot how to be civil and just, be polite. I mean, manners, they don't exist anymore. And that's what breaks my heart because I am so not a disrespectful person. I offensive? Yeah, but you're not going to die if I offend you. If I disrespect you, that's a personal thing about me and you. If I arbitrarily offend you because I'm talking to 30 people and you didn't like it, that was not aimed at you. Disrespect has a target. And I think it's mean. A lot of people are just very, very cutthroat on purpose. And for all that I'm, like bossy and loud and whatever, that's not how I operate. I don't do that. I could never do that. I know that bothers me. It really does. It bothers me that we can't be humans because we're not that different. When did opinions matter so much that we separated amongst our own people? And I'm not talking, our own people is just people. So what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to only be happy with yourself, only talk to people who think like you, only go by people who look like you. That's huge setbacks in civilization. And that's what's going to do us in. Because people are getting comfortable.
Benjamin Myers welcomes says, that's what masks are for. Not sure who you're actually directing that towards.
Let's see.
And what you're actually trying to say with that. But
you got to scroll.
Improper use is it's kind of interesting, Just saying. What's the difference between a disrespectful statement and an offensive one?
Same for me, Mr. Terrible. I didn't care a lick about it. And then that's all I could think
about. Yeah, I don't really care about that stuff either. I'm still looking at Toy Box's question. What's the difference between disrespectful statement and an offensive one?
I just told you. Disrespectful is usually targeted to affect either one person, one group, or whatever. Like, it's got a target. Offensive is, you can't tell what's going to offend one person to another, but you can tell how to be disrespectful, and you can tell when somebody's being disrespectful. Being offensive could be unintentional, like it could just be cultural. Being disrespectful to someone that's intentional. That's meant to be directed at one specific target. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dave, you're going to bed?
Apparently.
That's not right.
Apparently
it's not even midnight by you. What the hell?
She didn't even want to come in here and say hi.
No, she don't love us. It's fine. What if you like
what
the
if
F word?
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, you go.
What if you the F word? I mean, let's say I'm sensitive to it. It could come off as both. I mean, that's only offensive to you. It's not disrespectful.
I mean, if it's meant.
He said, "Never mind." I heard the explanation. So.
Oh. I mean, if you think differently, just tell me so I can get how you're interpreting it. That's the whole point of what I want to do, because I think we hear one thing.
That's the whole point of what all of us are
and
hearing.
we interpret it as something else.
I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for myself. I can speak for the couple people that have come around, stuck around, and enjoyed themselves around me. It's pretty much a mutual feeling that we all kind of have that feeling when it comes to it's this way it's going to be.
Well, I mean, like everybody. I feel like everybody needs somebody around who's going to be complimentary to their style, their personality, people who could feed off one another. And you have a really great chat for that. You have a great group of friends. You do really well. If somebody's lagging, somebody else will pick it up. And it's what you chose for like the panel for that, for the, we got to come up with a name for it. That's what chat can do. Chat. chat. My lovely chat. I love you. You're really his, but I'm here. Can you guys come up with like a name for the new segment? Just suggestions. I'm not saying we're going to pick one, but I need like help because I'm out of ideas. My brain is oatmeal. So, but you never know. If I do some more shrooms, I might come up with some real wackadoos. You never know. C word is the best. Yeah, unfortunately, they don't like it in YouTube. The whack pack. You're a jerk. See, like that's a cultural thing. What I just said. I said you're a jerk, but I don't mean like you're a jerk in a negative type of way. That's me saying just, affectionately, you're such a jerk. Because you amuse me when you do shit like that. I say it with affection. Somebody else, huh?
Kooolfrogg in the whack pack.
Anyway,
like
I was saying, I know who said it. I didn't even have to look.
Back. And the back.
What did
he say? He said quack in the whack pack. Kooolfrogg.
Oh my god.
Kooolfrogg in the whack pack.
Ask him if he likes whack pack or the quack pack.
Yeah, Kooolfrogg in the whack pack.
Kooolfrogg and all his little duckies.
That's silly.
That's silly?
I thought like that.
You like it?
No.
You don't like it?
But he could say it, which is like, yay!
Kooolfrogg in the whack pack.
No.
If you say it another time, would you maybe like it?
Quack fits too, right? Kooolfrogg.
Kooolfrogg in the
I know
whack
I'm
pack.
forgetting my R's completely. I went full Jersey.
Kooolfrogg in the whack pack.
No.
Kooolfrogg in the whack pack.
No.
Kooolfrogg in the whack pack. Kooolfrogg in the whack pack. Kooolfrogg in the whack pack.
No, because I'm Italian. You can't put me in anything that has to do with whacking. Heidi said, shoot, I missed this. What segment? I was typing and rereading. I just missed it. I like that. Kooolfrogg in the whack pack. Oh, come on.
But LMAO quack pack.
I'm putting on the tab.
You want to be that on you? Fine. When you come on my channel, you're going to be with T3 and the Titty Committee.
Wow. T3 and the Titty Committee.
Yeah. You could be part of the Titty Committee. You're just the itty bitty Titty Committee.
No clue.
All right. No, I need you to do a poll. Remember what Div said? Do I sound like I have a big chest or a small chest? Do a poll.
Do you have a big chest or a small chest?
Do I sound like a person with a big chest, like huge boobs, or with tiny boobs? Because Divinity said you could tell in my voice. So I want to see how accurate
you can.
Shut up and just do the poll. God. Give them something to do. Now, what does it say? Yeah, no, we want to have a panel, just like 4 people to begin with, to go over misconceptions, different topics that occur, where men think one thing, women think another, and we see each other kind of off. And we want to talk about, like, why do we see each other that way? Is there a different way that we can act? Is there something that can change? Like, are you accurate? Am I accurate? And we want to do it where we're not fighting about it. We want to actually discuss it and, like, maybe, I don't know, figure some shit out, pull back a layer. And then we want you guys to be able to ask us questions.
There you go, Toy Box. I just put the poll up for you.
He said, "Poll us." Always with the poll. He loves the poll. Andrea said, "Mouthful T3." You think I'm a mouthful? I guess it depends on the size of the mouth. You can't tell by voice.
Don't give it up. Let them still take the poll.
Judge Maddie, poll us. Like, wait, what'd you say? Wah, 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 wah. I don't know. Can you tell?
Yes. Usually can.
I don't know. I can't tell. I've been way off sometimes. I mean, I can usually tell attractive, not attractive, by
Hey,
the tone of their
clumsy.
voice or whatever. Clumsy's here?
T3. Yeah.
What happened?
She's
What happened?
watching
Uh-huh.
me. She asked, "Who's got big boobs?" But it got blocked by the YouTube gods. We're talking T3.
What does the
From
poll
the
say?
sound of her voice, can you tell? Does she have big boobs or small boobs?
Heidi's like, I heard Div say that and I agreed with her. I can't tell. Although I can usually tell, like a dude. If it's gonna be
15
like-
viewers, 7 votes. Go hit that poll up real quick. You seen the last time I put the poll up, also I'm like, oh yeah, there's a poll up.
Oh,
So I'm not gonna do that. I'm only gonna hold the poll for another minute or so. Go hit the poll.
Stamina is not his strong suit, apparently. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking? Go ahead. How long were you gonna hold it up?
Not very long. Can you get
ah,
Opera singers, Jesus! No, I project my voice because I grew up in a goddamn gas station and I'm half deaf.
Let's go, come on. Still only 7 votes. Nobody else wants to vote?
Hi, clumsy.
Nobody else wants to vote. I'm gonna end it. We'll give you like another
Yeah, I've
30
seen your
seconds.
clumsy. You got a nice rack. It's very nice. Mr. Terrible said, did they
20.
make you clumsy? Oh, God. Every day he lives up to his name. Every day.
All right. Well, I guess just the 7 people.
All right.
71% said big boobs. 28% said small boobs.
Mr. Terrible said a D at least. No.
No, those are doubles, if not triples.
No.
that's it.
Y'all overestimate how big my chest is. I mean, it's big, but it's not like clown tit. Jesus, I'm not Farron.
I've had myself some fun with some doubles.
Yeah, that's every man's like fantasy. Just try to smother me a little bit. It's fine. I've never met one who wasn't like, I wonder if I could breathe in there. I don't know. Dive in and find out.
She had my first son, and then she grew to the boat.
No, they're
She
D's.
did. She grew. She grew
They are
after that.
Ds.
She
They're
grew
not
to
double Ds.
quadruples. Yes, they were quadruples. Those things are freaking massive.
They were double D's when my milk came in, but no, I don't have milk anymore. So they're just regular old D's.
D's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Decent. Wife sitting there wears sport bras all the
Well,
time.
like I said, I'm 5'3", and I'm not a lot of torso. Like it's mostly leg. So I have D's pushed into like this little area. So
My wife's tiny as hell. She's like about 5'6", 110 pounds. She's like A's, maybe.
Well, that's what I had until I got pregnant with my daughter. And then I woke up one morning and
Just
I
had
couldn't
three.
breathe.
She's had 3 kids and still just as tiny as she's
Oh
always been.
no. Mine literally went from A to double D overnight. I woke up having I thought I was having an asthma attack. I thought I was choking to death. And it was because I was laying on my back. That was the last night I could sleep on my back. Because I could always sleep on my back. It didn't bother me. Now, oh my God. It's like the weight of the world is on my chest. Nuh-uh. So yeah. And then this one, he woke up next to me and he was like, Mitch, look, they're huge. Thank you. He was like, I loved them before, but oh my God, they're like cha-ching. I was thanks. I had to learn how to walk different, everything. That's a huge change. Oh. But yeah, no. And then they stayed, which was nice. Did you see the trans skater?
I didn't. I don't know what that is.
Was that the really awkward, ugly one who couldn't skate? That's why'd you have to quit figure skating? Debbie, your boobs got too big. Yes, my boobs grew that much. And my grandmother
Frog
was like,
has
where
a
did
big
you get
breast.
those? None of us have those. Because everybody in my family, they have the big ass, but none of them have boobs. And I wound up with both. Like, all right.
Whoa.
Mm. Oh, dude,
Yeah,
not your
that-
jungle gym.
Oh.
Oh,
What the fuck? Andrea, yeah, I had a friend that had to have that because she couldn't deal with them. I think she had like a size H, I want to say. It was like a 42H. They were huge. She held my daughter once and she just put my daughter on top of her boobs and they just like came out and my daughter didn't take up hardly any room. I was like, God damn, how do you like do anything? Don't they get in the way? We're Debbie. It's like we were separated at birth. Tits and ass. That's all I got. That's all right. Because you like to see me bouncing, coming and going.
nothing better than side boob. Yes, side.
No, you got to have some good under boob. I love me some under boob. What?
Yeah, I mean, side boob, under boob,
He's like, well,
all the
you know
boob,
what? This is what discussion is all about.
the nipple, the just the whole region.
I
Is
like the
so much
danger of
fun,
the under boob.
no matter what
Because
size it is. Like
no, under
cupcakes.
boob,
Yes, like
yeah,
cupcakes.
side
Doesn't
boob,
matter
it's
how
like
big
it
or small they are, they're always just so delicious.
you know you ain't gonna see shit else with this side boob. At least under boob, all she's got to do is move a little bit, breathe a little hard, and it's like, oh, whole titty. It's great. There's that danger of them always being exposed. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. My son used to fucking announce the joggers. It's bouncing boobies. He used to scream it, and they'd give me dirty looks.
Well,
Like, fuck
poor
you, put on a
chickens
bra.
have no boobies. What?
Chickens have what? Chickens have no boobies? Gonna make it hard to order a chicken breast then.
So confused right now.
Her chickens are small breasted.
Do
They're
chickens?
probably regularly breasted, but since everybody else pumps
Do
them full of
chickens even
hormones.
have boobs? Like I know they have breasts, but do they have like the difference between a guy and a girl? Guys have breasts. Girls have boobs.
No, we have breasts as well.
Well,
You have pecs.
guys have a chest.
No, you have pecs.
Girls have boobs.
We
Oh,
also
so
have a
lovely.
chest.
Juggly, bubbly boobs.
Boobies. You like my boobies? Boobies.
I hate fake boobs. I'm with you, Mr. Terrible. I hate fake boobs.
There are some that are really good. We had one teacher, instead
No.
of getting a diamond engagement ring, she asked her fiance for really good boobs. And he was like, sure. Like he spent like way more on her tits than he ever would have on a ring. Because they were his choice too. And she comes walking in at like the Christmas thing, and I'm talking to my principal and my vice principal. And I'm already like, I'm gone. Like I've already had like a million whiskeys, whatever. And she comes over, she's like, do you like them? Do you like them? And I was like what? Because I wasn't paying attention. She's like, I got them. Look. And she fucking opens her jacket. And like she's just got like this tank top on with like, no bra, no nothing. And I was like, oh my God, you got the new boobs. It's great. I was like, how do they feel? She was like, I don't know. Do they feel good? She took my hand and she's like, you're feeling. And these guys are just like, I'm like, really? Like, could you close your mouth? They're fake. It doesn't. He was like, it doesn't matter how fake they are. That's real in my mind. You're feeling her up. I was like, no. But I was like playing with both boobs because they felt really good. What? They did. And they felt
Weird.
real. No, they felt real. I mean, when I say a fortune, he went, and they went to a different state. They didn't even have it done here. And like, he really like went all out. And it's like, okay. And now they just had a baby. So apparently he really likes her boobs. So below the knees sag, not for you. He doesn't want to be with a woman who's going to trip on them in the morning. I hate to tell you, buddy, but your balls are going to hit the floor a lot sooner than her tits are. Just saying. Those
No, I
things
didn't
get
say your name. I
delayed
just said weird.
longer.
Sorry, Daddy.
Weird. Did Kooolfrogg say?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, nah.
That was me. Super fake boobs are frightening. Some are nice. Yeah, some really are really nice. Hers felt exactly like any boob would feel. You could not feel the difference at all. And she
Heidi,
had
you got boobs?
no titties before.
Start asking some personal questions of our audience. You got boobs? How big are they? I'd like my imagination to be changed a little bit about you.
They need to be subtle nuts. I got.
Yep.
The sad part is like that teacher that wore the prosthetic boobs. I don't care how many times they told me they were prosthetic. I couldn't
I just don't want
fully
fake.
believe them, because there are people that go out and get boobs made that big. And I'm sorry, those doctors should lose their licenses, because you should not do that to a person. If you're a doctor, you got to say, listen, if you want boobs this big, you have mental health issues. Like, I need you to like pass a psych test before I make your boobs size triple Z. I don't remember what kind she had. It might have been saline. I don't think they do the silicone much anymore, because of
I don't
leaks.
really think they do either. I think they finally realized what the silicone
That they were putting in people's bodies. That's disgusting.
Right.
God. And
They
that's
weren't
what
just
my sister had.
right. They weren't just putting them in their chest. They were putting them in their lips and their
Mm-hmm.
foreheads, their cheeks, their butts, their thighs, their wherever. Just it's like quit being fake.
I never thought about getting plastic surgery. The only thing I ever wanted to get removed was I have like a beauty mark above my lip. And it's like, it's like right off to the side and it's cute. But I never liked it, because for me, it makes the two sides of my face too different, and it bothers me that they're not, like more symmetrical because that's there. And I was like, oh, I want to get everybody jumped all over me. How dare you? Don't you dare. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. I was like, it's my face. Why can't I do what I want? And then I was like, do I really want to deal with these people? No, I really don't. I was like, forget it. It's not that big a deal. I was like, I'll just leave it there. But like, I never liked it. My mother always liked it. She was like, Marilyn Monroe had one. I know. I know. Mine is not nearly that big. But she's like, oh, girls pay for that. That's nice. I didn't want it. I wanted to pay to get it removed. But that's the only thing that I really seriously thought about. Like, it never occurred to me to change my boobs or change my ass or like lift this and tuck that and inject that. Get out of here. I don't even do the Botox. I won't put that shit in my face.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen too many of these different people do different things,
But like
especially
they
these
put
women.
gloves in their hands.
Like trying to think like Nicki Minaj style,
Oh my
injecting
god,
that
that
much
ass! I
stuff into
told you
their
my
ass.
sister got an ass like that now.
I don't
I
understand the
literally couldn't stop
necessity.
laughing.
It's so
No,
disturbing to see something that's that big and you know that's not real.
they look like those cartoon caricatures. You remember that Genesis did the video Land of Confusion with like Ronald Reagan and like all that? They were all like these puppets, but like with the big, extra big noses and like everything was exaggerated. Do you remember?
I
This
don't
is the land of confusion. You don't remember that? That's when
know.
instead of hitting the alarm at the end, President Reagan pressed like the nuke bell, like the nuke button, and like blew up the world instead of like turning his alarm off. It was funny. It was a good video.
Kinda.
But
Not
that's what
really.
these people look like now. They look
But
like lumpy,
sorry, my brain's
misshapen
not
wax
functioning
figures.
completely right now. I'm
That's all
kind of
right. Are you in a happy
gonna.
place?
Yes.
Good.
Um.
Then stay there. That's fine. I like happy
So,
places.
damn, Heidi, double T and growing.
It's a pain in the
I
butt.
know I gained 5 pounds, and I remember somebody telling Div to just gain the weight, and you'll get bigger. She says it didn't work for her. That's the first place weight goes on me, uh, right to the boobs.
That's well, like Farron, it goes to her face and her boobs. Boob talk trumps coochie, blood, and poop talk. Ew. Well, why'd you bring it up? Tightening is the only acceptable procedure for tightening what? Uranus? Protracted anus is a thing.
Toybox might be into that.
Oh God.
I help all my friends out with all of their conquests.
With their conquests?
Yes,
What conquests are they going after? Who's conquesting? Who's a conquistador?
Toybox.
With who?
Uh, ass.
Okay.
That's his thing. I don't know.
It's just all about
Don't
ass.
ask me
Okay.
silly questions. I'm just being silly.
Okay.
You ask me
You be
silly
silly.
questions, you're gonna get some really horrible answers.
What do you consider a silly question? Because I'll ask them all night long. Tightening. Toy box wants. So for Christmas, we'll all pitch in and get Toy Box a tightening and bleaching anal package. Oh, we could get you that thing where you get your butt bronzed. Did you ever see those?
The thing where
Frog.
you get your
Did you?
butt
Yes.
bronze?
Oh my god, yes. It's a whole gift giving thing. It was so weird. I watched the whole show on it. There's actually a place you can go to get your asshole molded. Get a mold of your asshole, and they will do it in either bronze. You could get it like a golden nugget made out of it. Could do all sorts of shit and give it as a gift. Could you imagine giving somebody a gold nugget, a real gold nugget of your anus? I can't imagine accepting that and looking at it and going, I don't want to, like a mold of your asshole, but it's gold. So like it's kind of like it's I'd be torn, much like that asshole, but I'd be torn. It's just, do
You'd
I
be
want
like,
something
I
that looks
gotta
like
go.
an
I'm gonna go.
asshole, or do I want to give up the gold?
I'm ready to go sell your ass.
Yeah, really. But no, there are places that do that. Tightening meaning a lift? Well, it depends on a lift of what. I'm surprised more guys don't get their balls lifted. Because if it's as much of a problem as Jeff seems to pretend it is, that you sit on them, wouldn't you go and want them
It's not.
pulled up?
No, it's really not.
Unsag.
No, you're not gonna go get that done. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Oh my God! Somebody needs to write the script to that movie, The Unsagging, because I would go see that.
Okay, how many guys are with me? Toy box will get it. Benjamin. Okay, listen up, guys. Got me? You with me? Why do our balls sag away from our body? Oh, because it's too warm and they need to go move themselves away from the body and actually protect themselves from the temperature. When they get too cold, what do? They shrivel themselves up and they tuck themselves up to the body like they're supposed to. That's what the male balls are intended to do. So
You realize that tightened male balls kind of resemble a brain? That's not a coincidence. I'm just saying.
well, kind of, yeah. I mean, but they're intended to be that way on purpose. Going and doing surgery to quote unquote tighten them up or do something or whatever so they don't sag so far is not going to be healthy. I don't care how old you are, it's not going to be healthy. It's gonna bring on more consequences. Just saying. Doing
He said,
stupid
why
things
do
for no
balls
reason.
tighten up when you need to poop? Maybe because they know they have to get out of the way.
Survival instinct? Yeah, maybe.
They don't want to be called shit balls. I think the male part is a bit overkill, no? What do you mean? Oh, male balls. Well, I mean, yeah. I don't know. Nowadays, I can't tell. You actually have to walk up to somebody and say balls or no balls.
Depends on which way you wipe. What?
Wait, what?
What are you talking about? Center out. Always center out.
We're giving
He
ass
tell you he doesn't
wiping
have
lessons.
children.
Oh my God, what does today come to? Ass wiping lessons. I cannot. I'm back. Oh dear God.
Never wipe your shit into your testicles. Never wipe your shit into your cooter. Don't do
Ben,
it.
that's one of my favorite jokes of his. It's one of my favorite lines that he delivers. God gave men two brains, but only enough blood to run one at a time. Yeah, basically for one at a time. It's true. Because the minute you guys are like, oh, I popped a 10, you're duh.
Do your balls hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie him in a knot? Can you tie him in a bow? Can you throw him over your shoulder? Can you,
like a continental
like a continental soldier,
to your
do your
ball
balls hang
hang
low?
low. I'm about to yell. I gotta mute myself for a minute.
Cootie. A lot of great words tonight. Yeah, you like that?
I yell at him to be quiet. He goes, "Oh, I'm in the bathroom." All right, whatever. I don't know why he's being loud in the bathroom, but I don't want to know. Cooter.
Sean, do you like the word cooter?
Cooter. There's the cooter and the tutor. A lot of great words tonight. You're singing along.
Of course you were.
I didn't know that song until Barney had like his, do your ears hang low. And he's singing it in the living room on the TV, and my daughter's in there. I'm with her, and I hear my grandmother, and I'm like, what is she? She's singing this song. So I like crept out toward the kitchen, and I'm like listening around the corner, and she's like, "Do your balls hang low?" And I was like, "Oh my god!" And then she did, "Do your tits hang low?" I was like, "Oh my god, this is not my grandmother." I came out. I said, "What the hell are you saying?" Oh my god, I didn't know you were there. Obviously. It was like, where did you learn that? She said, "Oh, we always sang it like that." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Boobies.
Pardon the fuck out of me. Boobies. Stupid. I could have fed a small nation on what I had. God, it was endless. Mm.
Types of bees make milk. Um, Only one that's in California, maybe.
Oh, boobies.
Boobies. Such a fun word. Makes you kind of want to touch one.
I touch mine all the time. I don't get how what well, that's why you guys have balls. You get to play with your balls and
Nibble on
whatever.
it. Press it. You spin it in a circle a little bit. Just kind of.
Anyway.
She's like, that didn't do anything. That was horrible.
I was like, wait, what? You made me laugh. I'll give you that. Maybe not the intended effect, but it was definitely a positive.
Over the shoulder boulder holder. It's a tit sling.
Oh my god. My favorite song is from that fucking movie Beaches, Otto Titzling. It is hilarious. Oh my god. Because do you wear a titsling or do you wear a brassiere? It's just a funny fucking song. I just like dirty songs. I used to sing to one to my ex-husband, "Dear Penis, I don't think I like you anymore." And it's hilarious. And he said, "I hate you." He'd be like, "Why do you sing that shit to me?" Because it's funny.
Boobies.
What if I sang to you? Go ahead. I dare you to make up something funny. I dare you.
Make up something funny.
No, I'm not doing that now. You do it. Go ahead. Be funny. You like to put me on the spot. Hey, Kooolfrogg, be funny.
Boobies.
Go.
Boobies. See, I made you laugh. Your turn.
No. See, you already left. I didn't have to do anything. I was literally just saying that right as you did, Kooolfrogg. It's a fun word. It
Boobies.
is. It is a fun word. God. But in Spanish, they call them tetas. tetas instead of titties. They're tetas. But oh yeah, good God. How do you move on from boobies? What else is there? Boobies are life,
There's
man.
nothing really better than boobies.
There really is. They're just fun bags. That's all they are.
Makes me want to look up some boobies.
Oh dear God. And he's gonna get angry with himself.
Gotta find some boobies. So I was
He's
trying
the
to
VM
figure it out.
of this chat.
It wasn't
that?
this one, right? Oh, there was a new
Violent
member. There's a
masturbator.
new
That's what he
member
is.
that occurred on this episode. I looked through it, couldn't find it, and not positive who actually it is. I was looking at all the members and when they would have joined. 0 days ago, which would have been, at 0 days ago would have been like an hour and 13 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this show's been on for 3 hours, 15 minutes. As of 0 days ago, the White Rabbit and Danielle had both become members of the Frog Army.
Oh. Cool.
So it had to have been one of them. It's the only way I can figure it out.
It had to be one of them what, to drop off?
To be part of the new member that was just added this episode.
All right.
I
thought it was White Rabbit. I thought White Rabbit got it.
Oh,
didn't she say she got it?
Oh, I don't know.
She did. Pretty sure she did.
Either way, that put us at 84 members gained in the last 31 days.
Ooh.
A total of 81. 3 of them had canceled. Thank everybody so much. That's awesome. See what happens next month.
How that Weird Debbie, don't remind me of boot camp. Oh, you didn't like boot camp? My brother cried. And then they whipped his ass into shape. Wait, what's from the 1800s? I'm trying to go back and read up on chats. What did Debbie say? Over the shoulder boulder holder? That reminded you of boot camp?
I said titsling.
Titsling, okay. The titsling inventor and crept. And nothing to get very worked up about.
Oopsie, dropped a piece of donut down my titty crack. Debbie.
What the hell are you reading? What?
There's messages that were blocked on the YouTube side.
I don't have.
I was saying that, and then Heidi said, I was saying that on the New Year's with Robin, when Jimmy was drawing the pic of the whatever anime lady with huge boobies. Ah, yes. Jimmy does like his boobies very large. Where Debbie says, I went to boot camp. Weird Debbie went to boot camp.
I finally figured it. You know what, Ben? It took me a minute to. Yeah, I've been stoned all night, so it took me a minute to realize who you were. Oh. Ben is this week.
Ben's been around for a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ben was in other chats, other people's chats that I would run into. He's got a couple names. He's good dude. Good dude. I like him.
Oh.
No, not like that. Jesus Christ. Not everybody's as horny as you, Kooolfrogg. Yeah, I almost said it with a straight face. I tried. I really did try to say it with a straight face. It didn't work, though.
Just realized the military must assign bras, right? Like The same way they assign boots.
Ew.
I mean,
I wonder.
I suppose. Come here. Stand still. Wrap this
Oh
around your
my
boob. Wrap
God.
this one around your boob. Yep, you're this
That's such
size.
a kindergarten thing.
Perfect fit. I
What's a perfect
bet they're actually measured to a T on how big their boobs are or whatever to get their suit to fit correctly.
I mean, they have to fit correctly if they're going to hold them in when they're running the courses.
Right?
Boobs are not fun when you're running. Okay? They're just not. I usually run with like one hand on each boob, trying to hold them from like bouncing up and knocking me the fuck out.
You
Ben
gotta
said,
learn how to control that.
when you're running, get out of here. Ben said in the Marines, while in line, one of the stupid things that they would keep everyone in line with AT&T, and you'd have to respond with, reach out and touch somebody. That is so kindergarten, because our thing is 1, 2, 3, all eyes on me. 1, 2, eyes on you. Or Scooby Doo. And they say, where are you? Yeah, like that's classroom management 101. That's sad that they use that in the Marines. AT&T, reach out and touch somebody. Left, right, left. I'm so over going to like
My
all the
grr
graduation.
in that stream. When did I grr?
You did grr. You grr.
Do I? Don't I grr every show? Grr.
No. Maybe a little grr.
I don't know. Too bad.
Oh, when he did the really pathetic grr. I was like, what did he fucking swallow the mic? Oh my God, that was yesterday. Well, last night when you were just like, rah, rah, I was like, what the hell? That's not a
But
grr.
was he concerned with waking up Tadpole
You were loud as could be. You just did it wrong.
and my wife? I would
It
be.
was like
I would do a
Beetlejuice.
loud one, and I'd get everybody to just be like, okay. But because I'm more concerned about not making loud noises, I'm unable to produce proper gurs.
Try it.
I think you finally realized how to check your Discord. Maybe talking.
I know. I checked my Discord. I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. All right. I'm not nice about you. I'm honest about you. You're a good dude. You're a very good dude. That was his sexy girl when somebody called him a bear. I actually gurred at somebody on the phone when I was doing accounting. She was like, did you just growl? I was like, oh my God. I was like, yeah, I really did. She was like, that was kind of hot. I was like, oh, okay. The hell? I thought he was sleeping. All of a sudden, now I hear the door.
What in the world? What are you doing?
Hold on one second. You entertain them while I talk to my son.
Sexy bear when somebody calls him sexy girl. You're a bear. I don't know what I did. I'd have to actually go back and like. I was probably freaking drunk. The Shining. I don't know. I don't really care for scary movies. Not really my forte. It's not something that I really get into. Just nothing that I ever paid attention to. Or thought of paying attention to. So.
What aren't you paying attention to?
Scary movies. You said The
Jesus
Shining.
Christ.
Yeah.
I love The Shining.
Just
That's not really a
not my
scary movie.
forte. Something I don't really get into.
You don't like it?
Nah.
Okay. It just creeps you out?
Just doesn't hit my attention.
It doesn't do it for you.
Nope.
No. Well,
Just
what
don't
movies do
do it.
you like? You never really talk about movies.
I really don't. I don't. I seriously haven't watched a lot of movies in the last 20 years.
Heidi said, I've been laughing nonstop for so long now. My face is starting to hurt. Girl, you know how many times I had to get up to go pee? Please. It's a joke. Debbie, he's really very nice. He just don't take him the wrong way. He's used to more aggressive people. He's very sweet. What was I gonna say to you before? God damn it. Nah, it's gone. That thought is gone. I hate that happens so often now. Oh, I was in the middle of doing a stream this morning because I was trying to stay awake, and I'm like, I was trying to like do a podcast, and I was recording it, and then I'm like sitting there. All of a sudden, I was like, what am I talking about? I was like, what is this stream about? I could not. I talked for a good 20 minutes. Couldn't remember what the hell I talked about. I had to go all the way back. I was like, yeah, I don't want to talk about that. I deleted it all. I recorded for like an hour and a half. I deleted everything. I didn't wind up producing anything today because I just wasn't happy with it. I wasn't taking it the wrong way. Okay. Good. I know you're like, very chill, but I just like to make sure you're all happy and comfortable. I don't want anybody walking away from here feeling worse. My dad went after my mom with the AXE once, and Shiny reminds you of that. Oh. Mine went after my mother with a hammer. That I remember. Yep. So I feel you. I feel you. No worries was a joke. I love when you guys get along. So somebody ask us a question. Go ahead. Try to make Kooolfrogg uncomfortable. It's very hard to make me uncomfortable. No, like ask him something you want to know. You got to wonder stuff. Haven't you ever wondered stuff about Kooolfrogg? I mean, I'm pretty open about my life, but he's very mysterious.
Just wondered.
Haven't you just wondered what makes Kooolfrogg?
There's 10 of you still here. I know that you all have at least one question that you'd like answered in some way, shape, or form. Whether it be in the way, shape, or form that you like, we don't know that, but we'll see what we can do. Benjamin Myers, I'm new here. Then answer just ask a question. What would you like to know? What is it that you'd like to know?
Any question you want. What?
Just debating and pushing the button on this.
What button?
Oh, well, I kind of would prefer to have YouTube Premium. I'm sick of watching commercials.
That's why I have it, because I need to like through it.
$11.99 a month. It gives you other features too, though. So, shoe size.
I don't know where the time
goes. It's actually kind of funny, kind of interesting. So, like, I worked shoe stores. I worked shoe stores for a few years or whatever, and as I'd worked the shoe store, and you actually realize that width of a toe box really changes shoe size. So as opposed to actually going to like the Nike store and getting the expensive pair of shoes, that to
Mhm.
get the width that I need to wear a size 12, and I have a whole inch of shoe that I'm tripping over.
Mhm.
If I actually just go to the store and I actually go to a store that actually realizes this and understands that, this is the issue,
Mhm.
and get a shoe that actually fits the wide foot,
Uh-huh.
it's only a
Like
10
a
and a
wide width.
half. Right. So you get the right shoes, it's really, really pertinent to understand how shoes work and where those sweet spots really are. And this is finding the wider shoe. You can actually go down in length a couple times. Like I said, I was able to go down to a 10 and a half as opposed to wearing a 12 in a Nike. We're at 10 and a half and uh, almost anything else that has a wider shoe base. Shoe size
Look,
needs to
they
fit you
enjoyed that.
super. Yeah, it is. What's that?
Heidi has a lot of questions for the Fed. That's you. You're the Fed.
Heidi has what?
Heidi has a lot of questions for the Fed, which is you. I'm not the Fed.
I'm not fed.
I'm too pretty to be a Fed.
My dick's too
They
big
like
to be a
they
fed.
like you. Excuse you. Woo!
It's 324. Yeah.
That was spicy. Did you hear him? Uh,
Heidi, kick out those questions. So did Al Bundy.
she said she loved hearing that story. But no, Debbie said that her late husband worked in a shoe store.
Have you ever pooped your pants?
That's of course from Terrible. Oh, you don't have any cues
Poop
for
your
the Fed. Huh?
pants. If you're that,
Have you ever
seriously,
pooped
if
your
you
pants? That's what he has.
oh,
I mean, he was a baby at one time, so yes.
well, I mean, I suppose technically, but no, I
I
mean,
mean,
if
unless
if
you're
you're
gonna say
if you're
you came
driving
out
down the
and you were
street
just
and you
like,
just
no.
can't make it home, you're riding your bike, you just can't make it home, you can't make it to wherever you need to be to actually poop your pants, pull your pants down, shit wherever you need to shit.
Oh my god.
I know it's
Boys are
gross,
so gross. Ah,
but
we just fucking clench and walk faster. God. Unless you're Amber. Then she agrees with you boys. Hate that woman. Anyway. Laughing so loud.
squeeze that sphincter, says Debbie M. That's hidden.
That's part of the whole Kegel procedure. That's why we have to like clench.
Why did that question trigger you?
Trigger who?
What?
It didn't trigger me. I got no problem with men pooping. Just go do it in private and don't expect
Must
me
be
to
a
clean up
Minnesota
after
thing.
you.
I mean,
Minnesota. I don't know. My ex-husband actually did shit his pants, so meh. He did it once, and I was just like, he just looked at me. I was like, God, see, this is the part I didn't want.
no, I
He had the
got
nerve to
this.
be like, bleh, bleh, bleh. I'm the one cleaning it. You're bleh, bleh. Get out of my face.
I got this weird bowel thing or whatever. Like, if I'm not near a comfortable, quote unquote, comfortable bathroom, like not at like your parents' house, not at my own house, I have a tendency not to use the bathroom. So then, like, I can be within like 10 minutes of actually getting home, and I'll just be like, "Uh-oh," I'll be like, "Oh, like, gotta use the bathroom."
Your whole body relaxed. We're almost home. Good, we could
Yep.
poop now.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how my grandmother was. Mm-hmm. Trigger you, trigger me. After a long wet, bleh, how do you wipe? We just went over this. What is it
Well,
with you men and the wet wipes? Men never used to use wet wipes. My son's like, I need wet wipes. Why? Because it feels better. I want to be cleaner.
yeah.
Okay. It's like, all right. Never
Well,
mind that
okay,
it's way more
like
expensive.
like it is, and you have to make sure that you don't flush that shit. You gotta toss.
Oh no, I'm on the 5th floor, so we flush everything. We have the handicap toilet. You could flush a ham down that bitch and it will not get stuck. Mm-mm. It's got
I
this
mean,
special like air pump system that shoves everything through because of my daughter.
it does say not to, but
If it fucks up the plumbing, it's gonna fuck it up for down below. I don't care.
so uh, as far as wipes go, usually guys don't figure that out until they have children. Because then there's in the you're sitting in the toilet and you get yourself what you think is potentially clean, and you're sitting there and you're like, there's nothing around it, and there's wipes. You grab yourself your first wipe, and you're like, every time grab wipe. You use the
People should
toilet paper and you
shower
clean
after
yourself up.
every poop. Okay.
Well, you right wipe yourself down with the regular toilet paper or whatever. But then when you're done, you take a wipe and clean everything. Clean your whole butt. Clean that spot. Make sure it's all clean. Get up in there.
How did we go from wholesome boobies to wiping ass? I don't understand.
You brought up the wiping the ass.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I
You
didn't.
brought up your kid.
Nope.
Oh, Mr. Awesome. Or Mr. Terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Call him Mr. Awesome.
Oh, we should all call him that. He would hate it. Mr. Wonderful. Oh, yes, I'm going to call him Mr. Wonderful from now on. I'd feel sorry for those that subsist on a Taco Bell diet. But didn't we just discuss this yesterday? Somebody was on a Taco Bell diet for like a month and it was like the best he ever felt. I don't understand that. Maybe it's all the extra protein from the roaches that fell in it. That was Mr. Tell. See? Mr. Dookie. Nature's all sorts of nasty and fun. Oh, yeah. So fun. Blah. It's so fun. It defies physics. I want to know how babies manage to not be able to walk or crawl or move or roll over. But when they shit, they somehow manage to get it not just out of their diaper, all the way up their back to their neck. How? How? I don't understand it. How does that happen? I know you've encountered that at least once. Where you pick them up and you're like, what the hell happened to you? How did you do this? And it's just like everywhere.
That's disgusting.
That's
I only poop every 4 days.
What? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
No.
No. So wait, I have this friend. Well, I had this friend, Rachel. So I'm not friends with her anymore. I know too many things. Anyway, she went on keto for a while and she called me like, I don't know, like maybe 2 weeks in. And she was like, there's something wrong. I was like, what? She goes, I'm not pooping. I said, what do you mean you're not pooping? She said, I can't shit. I was like, all right. I was like, what have you been eating? She said, well, I've been on that damn keto thing. I said, all right, so let me look it up. Because God forbid, the phone that she's calling me on, she could have used Google on it. But no, call me. It's easier. I can fucking read it and dumb it down for you. So I looked it up and I was like, Rachel, how much did you research keto before you got on it? Oh, well, you can lose. Did you research the rest of it? She was like, no. I said, you poop maybe once a week, twice if you're lucky. She was like, are you saying I can't poop every day? I said, not only that, your body's going to reabsorb most of what you eat. So there's not going to be a lot. It's going to be like little, like, like goat poo, like little pellets and shit. And she was like, I can't be on this diet. I was like, what? She goes, I can't be on this diet. I said, but you're going to poop less. That's a good thing, right? She said she enjoys pooping so much. She would rather be fat and shit every day than be skinny and never shit again.
See, Mr. Terrible, I
And I
dated a
had nothing to
vegan.
say. I dated a vegan. She constantly pooped. Ugh. And it's like, that's maybe what's wrong with Amber. What was wrong with that grumpy?
I mean, my body produces once a day, at least, not twice. It really depends on how many times I'm eating.
And my body's like clockwork. It wants to go at a certain time of day every day, and that's it. It's like, nope. Nope.
Yeah,
Peeing, though.
mine used to, but it changed over the last few months with this job.
Well, because your eating schedule changed, your sleeping schedule changed, your
Yeah.
stress levels changed. Uh, but yeah, no, it was. How do you give up like rapid weight loss because you need to poop every day? She just really enjoyed pooping. I don't know what it was. And she would call me and be like, "Oh my God, I just took a great poop." That's great, Ray. I don't I don't know what to tell you. Congratulations. Woo. The poop's on you. It's great.
Thanks.
I can't be a vegan. I love bacon so much. Oh, I hear you, girl. I really want to like do the whole meat only thing, but meat's so goddamn expensive. Who the hell could afford it? I'm literally living on sandwiches. Yeah, right? Did it go
Yeah.
down wrong?
No.
Nah. Mm.
I just about, I
Oh,
just about
she
hit the
does that.
wrong
Yeah,
button.
she does that.
I almost purchased the annual membership for YouTube
The anal membership. The
as
anal
opposed to
membership.
just the monthly. I know it's a little bit less expensive, but
Oh no, I do the monthly. Fuck that.
right.
I'm not giving them extra money. I could be dead in a month. I could live another 40 years. Who knows? I'm not giving them any extra. Yeah, Mr. Terrible, she likes that too. She freaky. I just can't bring myself to do that. It's just gross and painful. No, thank you. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I live a life of, Murphy's Law. If it can go wrong, it will. I'm not fucking with that.
A serious coffee drinker, I was very regular. That would be scary to not poop every day, but she would save the toilet paper and baby wipes. But you'd think that, because I mean, it depends on how many times you're eating. I mean, I get it, you're only eating meat, but you'd think that that one poop that you take every fourth day would be
Oh my
so
goodness.
hard and so uncomfortable.
I wouldn't want to have to strain.
Right, you'd be so thick and dense.
Really? You got to be
You
that descriptive?
you'd just be like, oh, this hurts.
Oh my God.
Unless you're taking it up the butt every day by Big Dino down the street. I'm
Big Dino.
just saying.
Yeah, no, I know your body, reabsorbs it and uses it for everything it's got, but I can't afford that. It's fucking $10 for a half-pound steak. Get out of here. And it's a cheap cut. Mm-mm. That's ridiculous. I'm supposed to make a half a pound of meat, feed 3 people? Get out of here. I've been buying a lot of rice, which is the opposite of what I want to be doing.
I mean,
Too much
maybe.
protein. Does the protein mess with you, Debbie? I know some people their moods like can't take it. Something about their chemical makeup. Shut up, you jerk.
Yes, it's expensive now, but thanks for voting Biden. What a bunch of
What the hell?
trash.
I really
Fuck
shouldn't
Joe
have put
Biden.
that in my name because everybody likes using that in the worst way. Trash, you're
That's right.
trash. Yes,
Trash.
trash and truths. Military food. Yeah. When we had like when Hurricane Sandy hit and they were giving out the food rations, they were giving out, like the to go packs that they give out. And I got home. I didn't know what the hell was in it. I get home and I'm like, what the hell is this? Like that you could boil shit in a bag by like, I don't know, shaking it or whatever. And then you got to put like the chili thing inside and it cooks in there. And like their version of like breakfast is Pop Tarts. Pop Tarts is 400 calories minimum of nothing but sugar. Like, what the hell? It's hot and it's not filling, no matter how many of them you eat. It's just nothing. That's like when I want a snack, like a piece of cake or something, I'll have one of those. Because it's the same thing. It's like a cookie. It's a big fucking cookie. For that, I'll just make cake for fucking breakfast. At least that has like, fresh ingredients in it.
Right.
What's an MRE?
Military.
Oh, is that what they're called? The ration
Yeah.
things? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. You see, I have kidney stones, but they call them free floating kidney stones. Like they're attached to my kidneys so I don't feel them. But if I have too much potassium, they'll one at a time they detach and then they hit the walls of my kidneys and that's what causes the pain. And then I have to pass them. But I just don't eat more than one banana a week. As long as I don't go over my one banana limit, I'm good. Otherwise, it's like labor pains. As a proud gay guy, I'm happy to be on an all protein diet. Well, I mean,
I guess.
why not? Good for you. I never actually looked into like how much like the caloric intake of like the female orgasm, if that's anything. Like, just going down on a girl, like, is it beneficial for you or not? I wonder. I mean,
No.
it should tighten my fucking face muscles. I can tell you that. I think I could probably fucking pound nails with my tongue, but you know, different things. Same thing with the guys. I have no wrinkles around my mouth because it's just plump. It's all plumped up. But free floating. Yeah, they're called free floating because when they detach, they just kind of bounce around, and every time they hit one of the walls of your kidney, the kidney contracts and it hurts like a bitch. And that's why you feel like you're gonna die, and you fall to the floor and you just cry. Girl once told me she would swallow my if I swallowed her egg. There's a thought I don't want. Ugh. Can you imagine a guy be like, "Have my baby," not swallow them? Sorry, sorry, I just killed all your future children. Oh no, I used to be a vegan until I went keto. I missed that meat. Toy box, I feel you because for as much as I like one and the other, I can't give up the meat. I just can't do it. Can't do it. I could give up women. I can't. I can't give up the dick. I just can't. Uh, YouTube. You It was like, no, you can't be here for this conversation, Debbie.
If
No
if
more
I had to
meat.
cut one side or the other, I'd probably have to go straight to the meat diet myself. I wouldn't be able to not eat meat. There's no
No,
way.
no, I could never be vegan. Oh my God, it's gross. I just, I could never do it. It's just wrong to eat nothing but rabbit food. I've tasted all those like, oh, these plant-based whatever meatless things. They're disgusting. They first of all, when you cook them, it smells like you're burning plastic in your house. I hate that smell. So that doesn't really make me feel good about what's in them. And then you eat them and it does all sorts of weird stuff to my stomach. I don't like it. I don't like it. I like real meat. You know how excited I was when I moved to Kansas and realized I could buy half a cow? Shit.
Yeah, right.
I was so happy. And my father in law was like, I got you all the good cuts. Thank you. He gave me all his best cuts. I never knew you could purchase cows in portions. I just used to go to the store and get a pound of beef. That was it, just 1 pound. No, let's lug home a good like 200 pounds of beef. Wrap it up, put it in all the different freezers. Sure. I cook better with meat. Everything tastes better with a meat base to it. It really does. Anything else is just water, really. That's what it tastes like. I can't even eat a salad without meat in it. I cut up ham, I put that in. I'll cut up some chicken, put that in. If I have ground beef that's like, got a day or two left to it that's already cooked, I'll throw that in. Lots and lots and lots of meat. Lots of meat. Sausage and beef. You going to sleep? All right. Well, keep it down, please. I love you. I love you. He says I love you, but he don't mean it. Teacher's my kind of woman. The kind that cooks meat and chooses meat. I can't give up the dick. I actually worked with a lesbian that she said, you say you're bisexual, but you're just confused. I said, I'm sorry, what? She was like, you're just confused. Sister, you got to pick a side. I was like, let me tell you something. No man ever told me to pick a side when it came to that. Only women tell me that shit. Do you know what that makes me want to do? Not pick you. Like, that's what that makes me want to do.
Yeah, right.
It's like, because then, they didn't push me. Well, because they have that I know. They all have the fucking fantasy. It's like, whatever. And then push comes to shove. They don't know what the fuck to do with two women. And I wind up doing all the work as per usual. And now here comes the other child. What do you guys do it in shifts? I put bacon in my salad. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I like to put like different like I'll crush almonds or pecans or walnuts, throw that in there. Um, Grapes. I like to cut up grapes and put that in there. Some apple, cut up apple. Um, Pepper. I like to make the sweet peppers. But I don't like cooked peppers for some reason. I like them when they're crunchy. Cut up some cheese, throw that in there. I love cheese. I've been a vegetarian since I was 5. I didn't know that at the time. I just knew I hated meat and hid it to get rid of it. I've been trying to eat chicken for the last few years, but I don't like it. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Eat what you like. I like meat. I'm not that big a chicken person. Chickens, I don't know. It's just, it comes off so dry after like a day or two. But I mean, then every time I've ever been like with my mother, it's always chicken, 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 chicken. So maybe that's why I avoid it.
Mm.
Kooolfrogg, do you eat seafood?
Yeah, I'll eat some fish. I don't care for shrimp or scallops.
Just shrimp or scallops?
No, I don't like shrimp or scallops.
No, but I'm saying that's the only two things you don't like out of seafood.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you'll eat like lobster, crab,
Yeah.
clams. Do you eat clams?
I've never really tried clams.
Well, I mean like cooked clams, like in clam chowder or whatever like that.
Um, Clam chowder, like out of a can, but
Yeah.
not fresh, homemade.
Okay, but if it's not available, you got to deal with what you got. Um, do you eat like the raw clams or raw oysters?
I've never tried them.
I'm not a fan of oysters raw, but clams, I'll eat a dozen clams raw like no problem. Just right down they go. Little lemon juice, good to go. We have them at the street fairs that we have here because it's always an Italian thing that we have the Biggie's clam bar is what they call it. And he'll show up with like just his little stand full of ice and all the clams in there, and he just he cuts them open right in front of you, gives them to you. But I mean, I love raw clams, and I'm like the only one in my family that eats them. They're like, "Oh, it's so gross, it's so slimy." Listen, when you swallowed what I swallowed, a clam ain't nothing. Love fishing, just not eating the fish. Fish sticks are okay with apples.
That's disgusting. Don't eat
So
fish
gross.
sticks.
That's not real fish.
Fish aren't
It's
supposed to have
really
dicks.
not. Oh,
Fish are not supposed to have dicks. I'm telling you.
my favorite fish is bluefish. I love bluefish. Whenever anybody around here goes like fishing and they get blues, they always bring me some because they know just it's just very rare to find, and I love it. It's so good, so good. I make really good tuna steaks from like the actual tuna fish. I've
There's a
got
block.
this. I
There's
love
a
the.
blocked question from Mr. Terrible. Says,
Uh huh.
don't gays and lesbians hate each other? No.
No. Well. I see. You have to stereotype in order to answer that question. Like, if I was to answer honestly, from what I know or what I've experienced, gay men tend to be, you know, more hoey than gay women. And gay women are all about the I'm gonna find my mate, and we went on a date, and I'm moving in, and they move that shit along real quick. Like they want somebody to spend the rest of their life with right now, and that's what they do. They couple up real quick, and then they never want to look at anybody else. And it's like, okay, gay men like to have fun. They like to play the field. They like to go around, and especially when we were all like just coming out, which was like mid to late 90s, I guess you could say, was when we all like started. Um, Gay guys were very flamboyant. They were very, in your face because they wanted you to know I'm out and proud. Okay. Like, but they were like, it was in your face, like right there. And lesbians tended to not like that because they wanted to get married and adopt. And if you're going out and you're wearing like chaps on the street and you're like, saying all this stuff, you're giving our whole group a bad name. And that was the whole thing. And they think lesbians are too fucking stuck up. They're too mannish, like whatever. It was a whole thing. I don't really think that that's much of a case anymore. I don't know if it is. I've been out of that group for a while. Bluefish. Yeah,
Not
you never had bluefish?
bluefish? No.
Well, I mean that's an Atlantic Ocean thing. Uh, yeah, no, I love fishing. I like to catch them, clean them, and eat them. Especially if I can get out of cleaning them. If we can do the catching
Mr.
and the
Terrible says,
fine.
isn't pride a bad thing? No.
I've
Not
never
completely.
been. I've never. I went to one pride parade and I looked at my friend and I said, "This is not for me." And he was like, "What?" I said, "Cause I didn't grow up like this." He's like, "But you could be out now." No, I can't be out now because I'm not all the way one or the other thing. I never thought of it in the terms that you guys put it to me. I just was attracted to people. That's just how it was. I knew I preferred one more than the other, but I was still attracted to both. I still saw a lot of good things in both. And I still wanted to have feelings for both. It just didn't work out with either. So, fuck me. Like, I doubled my dating pool and still wound up being unsatisfied. So, sometimes you just can't win. So, I don't even play. But no, pride, I don't like pride. I think it was fine before when they were, they had their floats, they had, who was doing like the marching band for it was a community thing. They wanted to, tell the community this is us, whatever. And then it just fucking went off the rails. And suddenly there was just naked people and gyrating and like nipple clamps walking down the street at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And it was too much. It was too much. I don't want to have to explain to my kids when they're little why somebody's wearing a full latex fucking outfit with a zipper on their fucking head. Like I don't feel that they need to see that shit. I really don't. Not when they're little. You forgot about tuna. Let me tell you something. Tuna steaks taste completely different than that canned crab. I mean, a tuna steak it's thick and it's just very, very juicy. It doesn't have like that tuna, like canned smell. It's very fresh. Put like a slice of tomato, a slice of lemon. You sprinkle some salt, some pepper, maybe a little bit of onion or garlic powder, and just throw it in the oven for a little bit. Perfect. You don't even have to flip it. I do mine at like 375 for like 12 minutes and it cooks straight through, but it doesn't overdo it.
And the reason that it tastes the way it does, whatever in the can, isn't just because of the can. It's because it's already pre-cooked. It's
Yeah.
pre-cooked and put in a brine of sort or whatever that you drain out. That
Debbie, you
just,
know I like it thick and juicy.
mm,
No, it just slides down your throat.
how thick and juicy you want it.
Look, he gets so excited. Could show you the world of seafood. Well, that is my favorite cuisine. I would never turn down seafood. Not if it's cooked correctly. If it's dodgy looking, then no. I'm very careful when it comes to fish. That's a food poisoning you don't forget. Oh, there's no such thing as like nothing equates with seafood poisoning. Oh my god. I didn't think I was gonna die. I was praying for it. I was like, God, just take me, please. Why do you hate me? Why do you do this to me? Oh God. Italian uncles eat octopus. Yes, we eat octopus. I cook mine though. Um, they do have the octopus salad that I never quite could bring myself to eat more than once. Like my grandma was like, just taste it. And I was like, that's a really thick piece of like tentacle. Like I don't know if I can. I don't know. She was like, just close your eyes. I was like, great. I mean, it tasted all right. I didn't like the texture. It was the texture that did it for me. But I mean, I like the flavor, so I'll eat the rest of the salad. But no, those pieces get put on the side. It's like taking the like biggest gummy bear. Have you ever had it, Frog? Octopus?
No.
You ever see those big gummy bears, the ones that are like a foot tall? They're super thick. They have like none of the give that a normal gummy bear has.
Oh, it's so disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't
him
like
that
I don't
that
like the
is a fight.
candies that are sized anything different than what they originally are. Like anything that's bigger size or smaller size, the proportions are wrong. They never taste the same.
No, they really don't. They really don't when they make them different like that. My son was determined that he was going to get one of these giant gummy bears at one point. It took till last year for him to get one because I refused to buy them. And he had his money. He was like, "Can we go to Target?" And I thank God that I took him because it was like the last trip that I made to Target. And he was like, "I just want to buy stuff." I was like, "Listen, you got $100 from your grandmother. I don't need anything. You don't need anything. For right now, you know what? Go nuts. Like, I never let you do this, but go ahead, go nuts." And he, like, in his head, he was figuring out up to that $100. I was like, "Remember, there's taxes." And he was just like, he got everything he wanted. But it was all crap. And it was like, all right, whatever. I said, "See, now you spent $100 on this. This is all going to be gone in like 2 days. Where's your $100? Oh, mm-hmm. Lesson learned." He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Well, enjoy your shit." And it was like, there you go. But yeah, no, that it was like $10 for that fucking gummy bear. I was like, the whole time I was like, "Are you sure? That's $10. It's like it's 10% of your whole budget." Like but no, he ate the whole fucking thing. He was like, "You want a piece?" I was like, "I really don't." I was like, it just does not look appetizing to me at all. Gummy bears are supposed to be shiny. It wasn't even shiny. It was like this weird matte color. It was, I didn't like it. Ow. Debbie's going. Good night, honey. I hope we made you laugh. I'm more than pretentious with water food. Like I said, octopus can be good if it's cooked correctly. If it's not, it's fucking rubber. And it's the fishiest rubber you ever put in your mouth.
I can't grab something to drink.
Oh, I was wondering where you were going with that. Because I just said put in your mouth, and you were like, Oh my goodness, it's 4 a.m. Guys, give me something to talk about besides like seafood. Besides food, because I haven't had more than a sandwich since like 12 o'clock. And when I say sandwich, my daughter made it. She's so cute. She makes me grilled cheese with ham in the little sandwich maker thing that we have. And she makes me one. I get one slice of cheese because she's a bitch, one slice of ham, the 2 slices of bread. And I'm like, "Thanks for the bread sandwich. I love it." Like, thank you. I just want food, man. I was like, "Can I have the stew that I made?" They ate all my stew. These little fucks. That whole huge pot of stew that I made yesterday, they ate it. They ate all the rice. I was like, damn, like, not for nothing, but I'm the one that you're supposed to be taking care of. They were like, "We're so happy you're cooking again." Great. I had to buy a fucking slow cooker so I could cook at my desk. My babies are 16 for my son and 27 for my daughter. But, she's got a lot of developmental issues. So I'm just happy she does what she does. Because she doesn't really think ahead. Like, she can't economize her thoughts and actions. So I have to literally write down step by step. Otherwise, she'll leave shit out. Like, I'll do the wash. Okay. She runs the washing machine, runs the dryer, takes them out. I'm like, "Did you put soap?" Damn it. Go do them again. Like, and I watch her make the mistake. I don't care. I'll let the whole thing run all over again, but she's going to learn you got to put soap, then run the wash.
I mean, it makes sense. Why wouldn't you, let her make the mistake? Because that's usually where you learn the best, right?
Because, yeah, but that's the thing. Like, she's got a teenage brain. There's no arguing with them. They know everything, apparently. So I gotta wait for them to fuck up, and I'm like, "Oh, did you do it like I told you?" No. And what happened? Didn't work. So what should you do? What you told me. Now go do that. Like, goodbye. Go. I love how my kids are like, I don't want you to get mad. When do I get mad? Well, but I'm afraid that you'll get mad. But why? Well, because I'm afraid. Have I ever gotten mad when you made a, genuine mistake? No. Then what the fuck are you mad about? Like, what are you scared about? I don't get it. Oh, well, I just thought you would be. Well, then that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. Don't put that shit on me, though. Oh, I thought you'd be mad. I gave you no reason to think that. It's always an excuse, no matter how old somebody is. There's always an excuse. Peddle that shit to somebody else. Oh, yeah, they love their mom. But it's also, I love them, but I'd like a vacation from them. I haven't been away from them in literally years. I need to make curry again. Okay, I've told you what the smell of curry does to me. It instantly makes me want to barf. Even the thought, God, my stomach is turning. Ugh. You have no idea. I have no idea about what.
Tell us, Benjamin. You have no idea.
You've no idea. Then why don't you educate me? I'm waiting. Chop, chop, lollipop.
Well, we gotta wait. We gotta wait for 30 seconds for that to actually get across.
I know. A good curry should smell. Really? I've never had that kind. I could usually smell somebody who eats curry from like 3 blocks away. My nose is super sensitive to it. It's not even my nose that's sensitive. My stomach is sensitive to it. I smell it and I'm instantly sick. I'm looking around like, what do I have that I can like get rid of this taste in my mouth now? Juju hearts. My mother sent me juju hearts. My mother, who lives 8 blocks away, decided to send me juju hearts in the mail rather than come upstairs and just bring them to me. Stupid. They were like 99 cents. They cost her like $8 to ship. Stupid. We need a real chat. I have too much to say. I use ghee when I'm making the weed butter.
So then, Benjamin, Mr. Benjamin Myers, being that you're new here, you don't really know what we all do. So then Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, myself and America Shirts, he was supposed to be here tonight, wasn't here, do news and politics. That's the original show of this channel. At noon Mountain Standard Time. It's 2 o'clock on the East Coast for those that can't figure it out. We run an early show. The early show is kind of like a free-for-all open mic.
I can't believe we said that at the same time.
Yeah, we kind of did, didn't we? Free-for-all open mic. Nothing less than a shit show.
We have fun.
We do. We have lots of fun. We could come up with lots of different conversations. Kind of sort of similar to what's going on here, but with more people. a lot more people, and we get some different people. The people that you just like, oh, really? That you could hang out with that person? You'd be surprised who comes around.
Oh yeah.
Totally, check out if you have time. I don't know what kind of, work shifts you got. Do that.
Ben keeps
And then, of course, we do other fun things. It's not the only things that we do. There's like the last couple of weeks we've done.
We're degenerate, but not completely degenerate. Oh,
what in the freaking world? It's America's shirt.
Hi, honey.
Well, hello yourselves.
Can't hear you. Hello. Where were you?
I was off saving the world.
Oh.
I'm the bat, I'm the Batman. So.
You could be the bat, just don't eat the bat.
No, that would be weird.
Mm-hmm. That way lies danger.
I'm not some like crazy Chinese hillbilly from the middle of the Asian continent somewhere decides to.
Remember, we're on YouTube.
Yes, YouTube. YouTube has
Yes, YouTube. Mm-hmm.
has
So
connection to see.
Benjamin, this is the guy that I was talking about that joins me Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays for the original Shtick with Kooolfrogg that this was supposed to be.
He makes Kooolfrogg all animated and shit. It's weird. It's great.
Do not subscribe. Do not hit the like button. Or CCP have to hurt you.
Today's the day of accents. I got him, then I got Jimmy doing the Indian guy. Kooolfrogg tried to do a British accent. It didn't work out well. It just didn't work out. It was a good attempt, though, Frog. It was. I don't know what kind of.
Try to do the James Bond.
Here we go.
He's watched the Bond before. He's watched the Bond. Sean Connery.
Yes, my English accent is just fine.
Oh dear God.
Cool. Did you read what Ben wrote?
Would love to chat with y'all sometime. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, we do open mics during the day, so catch us at noon Mountain Standard Time.
Heidi said, "Hey, American Shirts, you gonna do news now?" The gummy bear was a 12-inch high gummy bear, and it was all one flavor. Yes, it was about.
Oh wow!
Where's the coffee by
5 inches wide, 5 inches thick, and about a foot high.
Oh, the buy me coffee.
You know those giant gummies? Yeah. And it was $10. He wanted it, he bought it, and he ate every single piece of it. Better him than me.
Jeez.
That's my son. You remember when you were 16 and you could eat anything? God, I miss those days. What'd you have for dinner? Ice cream? What'd you have for breakfast? A steak? What'd you have for lunch? Nothing. How you feel? Great. I'm great. Full of energy. Where's the coffee buy thingy? Oh,
I just put it up in there for her. I'll be watching.
and you know you're welcome on my channel too, Ben. You know that.
And that's the name of the character.
One-on-one.
That's
I got no problem coaching you. You were my friend first. Fuck him.
Huh? What?
Hey, I've been talking to him for like a month. Shut up. Ben's cool. I told you that. I think you guys would have a lot to talk about, but I don't think.
You just never know.
Well, he knows Darth. He's good friends with Darth. Isn't that right, Benjamin?
Well, see,
Very
that
different
that changes things.
Very different temperaments. Very
Because
different.
if somebody that actually gets along with Darth
Mm-hmm.
can usually get
Darth
along with
has
just
a lot
about
of
everybody
respect
else.
for him. No, Darth has a lot of respect for him. So that should tell you something.
Right.
But
yeah, love myself some Darth. He's fun to hang out with. So.
Oh yeah, we love Darth, but we got to give him shit because he likes to give us shit. Coming in here today looking for a fight. You want to fight, bro? Not here.
Speaking of, what the hell happened to him?
Supposedly he was not good from the morning.
What's the shirt up to?
Me? Not up
No, the other one.
I feel like I should leave you guys alone and let you have boy time.
No.
I'm gonna scoot. Yeah. I'm gonna scoot. So you can have some manly bonding time with the chat. And I have to go pee and do all the girly things. But I'll be in the chat. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Bye. Bye, shirts. Mwah. Thank you for showing up. Next time, a little earlier. Okay. Bye.
Hasta luego.
Pasta luego.
Yes, pasta luego.
What is going on? The hell? You said that. What do you got here? What's this?
What's the song that is played where everybody is on the chair, everybody going
Oh,
to
you're not gonna ruin my show at the. No. You edit that.
No, I mean, it's somebody's made up thing on YouTube. It's not like it's on.
So stupid. I know. Ridiculous. How, seriously, I have problems if you actually look like analytics or whatever, and monetization for each show. It's like one here, one there. You'd be lucky if you get one that actually greens up. And it's nobody rewatches our stuff anyway, so everything it's some rewatch, but not a lot. Not like we used to. The whole channel's changed. We need to go back to doing what we were doing.
You sound really muffled.
Who, me or you? I'm gonna just cover it up. Anybody that's over on the Rumble side of things, sorry. Not actually. Not anything. But yeah, there's seriously nobody watching over there. We're down to our lowest amount that we've had all night on the 6th. Tough one. Oh wow, what's America shirt?
What? Who?
Ah, you.
What about me?
Anything good happen today?
I mean, it was warmer today. I did things outdoors.
Did you replant your garden?
I mean, I can't do that right now. It's a little, early for that.
What do you...
I mean, it's freaking February. I mean, there's still a little bit of time for, cold weather.
Just a little bit.
I mean, I don't live in freaking Puerto Rico. Like, I mean, allegedly, I don't live in Puerto Rico. Why would I even suggest that? I don't know.
How long are you gonna be awake?
What?
How long are you gonna be awake?
I don't know. It's kind of a personal question.
Like, were you planning on going to bed in 10 minutes?
I mean, I don't know about 10 minutes, but I mean, sometime.
Oh, well, I mean, we could do something. This way told her not to leave. Like, no, don't leave. Because this is what we do when we get online. Because we're afraid of the YouTube censors.
Yeah, you're
And-
very afraid of YouTube censors.
Yeah. So much so.
Susan's very horse-like snout scares him.
Let's see. Can't find it. Jim Jordan. Did a thing today with the oversight hearing. Did you hear about that?
Oh yeah, the whole hullabaloo. And they dragged in all of the former Twitter people with the one woman that was quote unquote allegedly crying as Elon Musk fired her. She's like, in hindsight, I don't think it was all the way a very good thing to have gotten rid of the access for the New York Post's access to their Twitter account. Only in hindsight, of course. It's like, well, that doesn't help anything now. But hey. And they're like putting up in the background, the messages between the FBI and Twitter. And they're like, you think this is appropriate? And they're like, well, maybe. Yeah, kinda. I mean, we think so. I mean, maybe in hindsight, maybe not, but yeah. But maybe it's pretty much their responses. And the one dude that's there is so annoying. Like he sounds so nasally every time he talks. It's like, who the hell taught you to speak? A 5-year-old? A 5-year-old
Are you?
girl?
A 5-year-old little girl.
Ah,
Damn.
salud.
So, what I wanted to do,
You wanted to do
assuming that you were going to show up in time,
me?
was I wanted to actually go through. So it does look like Benjamin Myers was gifted the membership by Talking Tash and Tooth.
Oh,
Benjamin,
fancy.
when you go to the community tab, you'll see that there's a Discord link. You can join the Discord. It won't cost you anything to get back into Discord. It won't kick you out once the subscription's over. There's nothing like that. It's just that there's a link there. If that's what you like, if you get into that kind of stuff. easy way to get a hold of us. And if you wanted to actually do something with us, join us at some point in time. Whatever. Always talk about it. So, it's the oversight committee, right?
What are you looking for?
I thought I had. Where's? Sorry, I'm. Sitting there sniffling in the microphone. It's kind of disgusting.
Well, I don't think anybody's gonna be eating, so.
Oh, where the hell? Why can't I? And then myself and Darth were supposed to watch that Extentation dude, and he didn't show up for that. That didn't happen. It's just a night. Get some Sudafed. That's not the issue. Not the issue. Because I just sneezed. And instead of just going and grabbing a Kleenex and blowing it. Not the problem. But thanks for watching out for me. Why can't I have this up to date? Why isn't it not in my history? Oh, it was in a news article. It should still show on YouTube. The only reason I ask how long you're going to be around is because it's kind of dependent on this. How long you're actually going to stay. Do you have plans?
I mean, I'm not gonna stay the whole night if that's what you mean. But
He's like, I'll stay all night. I don't even remember where it was. I was closing things earlier, and I think I closed it. It's not at the end of my bookmarks like I had it. We covered the Project Veritas thing. Or I did.
so you already talked about that?
I did. I mean, it's
Allegedly,
James O'Keefe not being an employee.
yeah, because they've reorganized. They reorganized themselves a couple of years ago to allow for investors, and then they came in, and now there's two sides to the organization. So it's actually two separate entities. It's a 501c3 and a 501c4, right? Is that what I say? So, yeah. And so he's CEO of the one. And so it's like, I mean, apparently tomorrow they're supposed to be rid of him. And I don't know if you saw Tim Pool going over or heard Tim Pool going over like a couple of the different things.
Don't watch Tim Pool.
Well, he had like a from people that leaked to him or whatever, like this internal memo from them, and it was the weirdest and most insane accusations ever. Like one of them was James O'Keefe is a bad person. He stole a sandwich from a pregnant woman while he was in court. It's like
dang.
it's like what?
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you so much. $45 over on Buy Me a Coffee. Sweet. Thank you. She says you're being quiet. I'm being quiet because Tadpole's actually sleeping finally. So try not to be too loud. Wake him up. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh well.
It's like, wow. James O'Keefe.
Well, yeah, that was one of the accusations. Was that he freaking stole a sandwich from a pregnant woman while he was in court. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what you want to do when you're being accused of something, is just haul off and just like yank this sandwich away from a pregnant lady. Like that's exactly, and I'm sure that's exactly how it happened too. Like, I mean, it was that ridiculous. Like that's the crazy town BS that they're trying to throw and be like, keep your key, yeah, you know, when you get rid of him. From like, I guess a couple of disgruntled employees that got a little tiny group of them or whatever together. And because there's like 85 or over 100 people that work there. So, and then there's the investor people. And then some people were like complaining, he's too totalitarian the way he runs things, because he's the CEO. Like, he's too totalitarian the way he runs things. He can't. He's too strict about this and that. He's too much this. He's too much that. It's like, yeah, that's how this works, because he's been doing all the undercover stuff, and there are certain ways in which to do this and to get things done. Like, I mean, yeah, you have to be pretty strict. They're like, oh, he's such a, and then it was like, he's such a bully. He's such a bully. He bullies people. It's like, what the freak? like he's your freaking boss. Like, you know, I mean, not that you should abuse people in any way, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, he's got this whole operation to run. They just did this whole thing with Pfizer. They just were going after Pfizer. They were going after the CEO of Pfizer, Albert Bourla, in the middle of the freaking hallway, trying to ask him questions about their expose. And they got freaking manhandled in the hallway. And we can't show the video, but they used some very strong security to try to make sure that, you know, Project Veritas could not ask any questions. Like, they just got done with all of this, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, let's just get rid of him. Say, huh? Say what? I mean, it's almost as dumb as like that stupid, and people were bringing up this comparison with like Papa John's, and like freaking Papa John's literally gets rid of Papa John, the founder and CEO. And they're just like, yeah, we don't need that guy because he's not black. So they just freaking got rid of him. It's like, well, how the hell do you expect the brand to do anything now? The freaking person that it's in there. I mean, James O'Keefe is who made Project Veritas. Project Veritas. Again, he's the founder and CEO.
I mean, he is who he is, right? I mean, it's like, The article that we used, I think it was Zero Hedge that we actually used it from. Um, Pretty much, the group of people called him authoritarian, and it's like, well, takes one to know one type. I mean, he hunts out these people to, you know, he's done what he's done for how many years, and now all of a sudden you're just gonna, he's like, oh, he's authoritarian. We gotta get rid of him. Well, who else is gonna do the job that he's been doing?
I mean,
Is there
nobody
somebody
but
else?
nobody.
Is there somebody else that you have that's going to do a better job, or that's going to even attempt? Or was there somebody that had some kind of investment in Project Veritas to get this to actually happen, so that they could actually get it shut down, so they could shut down opposing thought? What is their whole reason for it? There
I
has
mean,
to
I
be more
think
to
it's
it.
the investors caving to pressure, outside pressures, because of the latest expose against Pfizer and several of the other things that they've been exposing and doing here very recently, and they just can't take that anymore, I guess. So they're just like, get rid of him. And I don't know if what you looked at showed the text messages between each other, between some of these people, like some of the head board members and some of the people that were trying to bring complaints. And they're literally justifying themselves. They're like, oh, Project Veritas isn't James O'Keefe. Like, they're literally saying this. They're like, Project Veritas isn't James O'Keefe. We don't really need James O'Keefe. We can basically have a coup d'etat and just throw him out, and everything will be just fine. It'll all be okay. He's not the face of this. It's us collectively that's the face of this. We're doing this for his own good. So, and it's like, huh? I mean, they're literally justifying this whole BS in
So,
their own screwed up little world to themselves, in their own
because
little group.
I was digging through trying to find the Jim Jordan stuff. I found this. I found this was kind of interesting. I know that T3 might be a little bit interested in what it actually has to say. There you go. Look at that. Entire leadership of a New Jersey town switches from Democrat to Republican. The entire leadership of the town of East Hanover, New Jersey, has flipped from Democrat to Republican. It's probably safe to assume the reasons for the change were the economy and crime, but you have to wonder if the factors were in play. Will anyone be surprised if it starts happening in other states? That's very interesting to see that there's a whole town that's changed from Democrat to Republican.
Whoops. I'm sure that was Russian interference there. I'm sure that's what that was.
I know T3's from the area, so.
They all have Russian PP tapes. And they got all the Ruskies got them to change party. I mean, hey, that's the story if you watch MSNBC, you know. Tomorrow, breaking news. Russians make entire hey, like, this is just a part of their escalation. Oh, and of course, speaking of that, I don't think we went over this. Well, I don't know if you did. Like the whole thing with how it was leaked to a journalist that wrote about how we did the Nord Stream 2 attack.
No, we did not. The other thing that I did cover was Fetterman. Fetterman has no new Strokes detected. That was one of them. He was rushed to the hospital today.
Oh my God. What was it?
They don't know.
Oh my God.
Mhm.
Sure they don't. But again, it's like Biden. They got to keep him in there for a little bit and then get rid of him somehow. Replace him with somebody else for a while. At least that's what they would hope to do with Biden. That's what they're planning on doing with Fetterman.
What? Nord Stream pipeline? Did you know something, or you just kind of heard something?
I don't have the articles of things in front of me, but
I bet if we went and we put right here into a search engine, Nord
probably
Stream.
find it. But essentially, this journalist was leaked the whole kit and caboodle of the story,
Which news
of the whole timeline of
cycle would
events.
you prefer? Reuters?
Huh?
Russia blames U.S. for Nord Stream blasts on Bloomberg. Israel a day ago. U.S. bombed Nord Stream gas pipelines, claims investigative journalist Seymour Hersh. That's the Times. The Indian Express says U.S. bombed Nord Stream gas pipelines. This top investigative journalist, what happened under the Baltic Sea last year. South China Morning Post says, don't be too harsh on Seymour Hersh and his Nord Stream bombing theory. It's South China Morning Post. They're calling that a theory.
I mean, I think it's pretty well confirmed.
U.S. has questions to answer over Nord Stream explosions. Kremlin endorses reporting U.S. involvement in Nord Stream sabotage. White House dismisses claims U.S. caused Nord Stream pipeline explosions. Sky News. I'm just trying to find a decent article.
I mean, even though from the White House and from the State Department and Pentagon, they all said that if Russia proceeds to invade Ukraine, there will no longer be Nord Stream 2. And then it happens. And I mean, you can follow flight logs of different things. And I mean, like everything, like on the ground evidence of everything that went on, and then the thing that he was leaked, it all lines up and it all matches up. Like you can go back and watch the radar of plane flights and things, and that the plane takes off at exactly the time in which is described. Because what they do, because what happened was that the Navy went in and put on and secured onto these pipes with concrete, and they put on C4, but they didn't have it to set off. So, because they were like, well, they don't want it to coincide with the military drills, because they already did it under the cover of the military drill, but they didn't want it to blow up at the same day because they got scared a little bit. So they backed off some and waited for like another several days. And then from a freaking Norwegian, I think like it's like Norwegian Air Force, whatever, takes off, drops a buoy from this freaking airplane into the ocean, and sends this signal that then sets the C4 off and blows it up. They went to that level of length afterwards just because they were like, oh, well, we don't want to set it off right now. Because it would be too obvious still. And they said themselves that if anybody was to find out about this, because the CIA met together, Pentagon, State Department, White House, and everybody met up. And that was what the CIA said. They said, hey, listen, you know, just to be clear, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody finds out about this, this is an act of war. We would be acting, this would be a total act of war. But notice, though, the Ruskies have not set off like freaking, you know, their stealth weapons. Freaking, what do you call those things? I forget now. You know, like the rockets that go under the radar. None of those have been sent over to our neck of the woods. So, and they already knew that we did it. Like they knew.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, hypersonic. Thank you, Pastor.
Kinda almost.
Hypersonic missiles.
right, hypersonic, right? We've covered hypersonic several times, have we not?
Yes.
What's up, Pastor? What's you up to? Good to see you, brother.
And again, this was to what they when they decided to do this. One of the reasons was, yes, to put pressure on Russia, but also to put pressure on Germany, because that's what goes to Germany, and to get Germany to basically be like, I mean, like a lot of people were suspecting, hey, I mean, you know, you're now cut off from having your gas to heat your homes and everything else from Russia. You're just now cut off and you had no say in the matter. So, you know, hey, I mean, it's just gone now. So why don't you side with us a little more? Why don't you go along with us a little more with the decisions that we make? Huh? How Germany? Why don't you do that? And it's basically what went down.
And let's see here. Try finding an article for us.
But I think at this point it's pretty well confirmed, based upon their own public statements, things said and done in private and so forth, that, yeah, you know, and the timing, radar you can look at, planes taking off, so forth, and everything lines up. We did it.
U.S. bomb Nord Stream gas pipelines, top investigative journalists. What happened under the Baltic Sea last year? Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Seymour Hersh has reported the U.S. Navy divers operating under cover of midsummer NATO exercise planted remotely triggered bombs to destroy 3 of the 4 pipelines.
And again, most speculated that it was U.S. Navy specifically that did it. Some people were speculating like, it was some Ukrainian people that got shipped up there or whatever. No. They don't have any kind of sophistication like this. This was from us.
A veteran American investigative journalist has claimed that September 2022 bombing of the undersea Nord Stream gas pipelines was carried out at a Central Intelligence Agency. In the covert operation in the direction of the White House, President Joe Biden's administration has denied the allegations and called the report utterly false and complete fiction. Seymour Hersh, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who has previously worked for the New York Times and New York Magazine, published the findings of his investigation on Substack. The report claimed the U.S. Navy divers operating under cover of midsummer 2022 NATO exercise planted remotely triggered bombs to destroy 3 of the 4 Nord Stream pipelines. Last September, a series of leaks were reported in the Nord Stream and Nord Stream 2 pipelines, multi-billion-dollar projects to carry natural gas from Russia to Germany through the Baltic Sea. After an examination, both Sweden and Denmark, in whose jurisdiction the leaks happened, said the leaks took place because someone deliberately bombed the pipelines. However, they did not reveal who was responsible for the attack. Ever since it became operational in 2011, Nord Stream, the first of two pipelines, had been one of the major sources of energy supplies for not just Germany, but also other countries in Europe. Once in Russia, once the Russia-Ukraine war broke out, it became the center of tension as Russia sought to use the pipeline to negotiate its interests by restricting supplies. With Ukraine and the US asking European countries to reduce their dependence on Russian energy, this led to difficult and uncertain economic outlook for the continent, and the cost for living and energy shooting up dramatically, with energy giving having decided to halt the Nord Stream 2 project 2 days before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Following the bombing and the pipelines, virtually no gas from Russia to Europe now flows through the route. According to the report, which quotes an anonymous source who had direct knowledge of the operational planning, Russia's invasion of Ukraine became imminent in December 2021. President Biden began holding meetings with the newly formed task force, which included Joint Chief Staff CIA and State and Treasury departments. Also, in Explain, Joe Biden's State of the Union. What the hell? What am I reading? The U.S. feared that the long as Germany and much of Western Europe was dependent on the Nord Stream pipelines for a cheap supply of gas, they would be hesitant to provide aid and arms to Ukraine against the possible invasion by Russia. The decision to sabotage the pipelines by President Biden came after more than 9 months of highly secret back and forth debates inside Washington's national security community about how to best achieve that goal. To execute the mission successfully, the U.S. sought help from Norway, and in March 2022, a hand-picked team, rather, of CIA and National Security Agency operatives flew to the country to discuss the operation with a Norwegian Secret Service and Navy. Hirsch has written, as part of the report, it was the Norwegian Navy that chose the appropriate spot to target in the shallow water of the Baltic Sea, a few miles off Denmark's Bornholm Island. Around 3 months later, the team of deep sea divers from the U.S. Navy's Diving and Salvage Center in Panama City, Florida, and largest diving facility in the world, went to the selected spot, planted C4 explosives alongside the pipeline, which was later triggered by a sonar buoy dropped by a Norwegian Navy P-8 surveillance plane on September 26, 2022. Hirsch has written. Within a few minutes, pools of methane gas that remained in the shuttered pipeline could be seen spreading the water surface, and the world learned that something irreversible had taken place. What are Nord Stream pipelines? I think we kind of understand what they are, right? How did the U.S. and other countries react to the gas leaks? We kind of seen the reaction, didn't we? We've seen it as everybody just kind of brushed it off like it was nothing. Don't worry about it. Russia must have done it themselves.
Yes,
NATO
Russia
must.
blew up their own leverage. Yes, the only point of leverage over Europe that Russia had, they
Of course,
just destroyed.
because there was a lot of speculation on a lot of that. Biden 100% did it, says Benjamin. Yep, absolutely. Pastor.
Anybody with any amount of common sense knew that from day one.
Okay. A couple hundred of things could kill this nation. Yep. Yeah, I got you, Pastor. That one word though, YouTube don't like it. YouTube's like, nah, normal people don't talk like this. Just saying, brother. So, yes, Nord Stream 2 seems as though as it was removed by the United States.
We had all the mainstream press. We had all these so-called professionals. We had all of these people float all around the internet, all around TV, everywhere. Oh my God, the Russians did it. The Russians, the Russians. Oh, the Russians did it. Well, that's the point of escalation for the Russians. They would do this. The Russians, the Russians, the Russians, Russians, Russians. And now common sense, of course, has now dictated, and we now have the evidence to back that up.
So then the next question on there was, how did the U.S. and other countries react to the gas leaks?
Oh, and
Which
one
we
of the
kind of
reasons
just
why-
we kind of hit on it, but we hit on what other countries kind of thought, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was going to add. I forgot to add this a little earlier. One of the reasons why they chose to use Navy divers is because they didn't want this to be underneath of any kind of quote unquote special operation. They wanted this to be very hidden away from even the Congress's oversight, so that they wouldn't have to answer for any oversight over special operations or special this or special that, whatever. There's some rule, whatever. There's some law that talks about if it's within a special operation, if it's considered to be a special type of operation, then they have more of a like Congress, like they're supposed to give a report of all of that to the Congress in order that they can do better oversight. But since it's just a Navy, it was used with Navy divers, like they did a little ringamaroo, so they don't have to write everything down legally, according to what I was reading about all this. So there's also that bit of nastiness that was done.
So, the report also quoted U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, who in September of 2022 discussed the bombing with the media and described it as an opportunity for the European countries to reduce their dependence on Russian energy.
Oh, and by the way, guess what the country was that brought the pipeline in, remember? How they were wanting to work with Norway, and then, oh look, it's a Norwegian gas pipeline that was put up literally a day after they did that.
Right, the next day. Right,
like literally.
Right.
They open it up. It's like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
There's absolutely no funny business, ladies and gentlemen. The Americans and NATO countries totally didn't work in coordination to take this out. That never happened. It was always the Russians, Slava Ukraini, Slava Ukraini, Slava Ukraini. I'm almost starting to think Slava Ukraini means don't believe your lying eyes and ears. Anyway.
So then there's the NATO response. Result of deliberate, reckless, and irresponsible acts of sabotage, united and determined response to any attacks against the Allies' critical infrastructure. So, I mean, pledging to do something because, that was reckless and irresponsible, only to come find out that it was your own people that were being reckless and irresponsible, and you did absolutely nothing about it.
Yeah, it was all a show.
The weather balloon full of Captain Chips is not going to give him euphoria. Munches is going to create a lot of ghosts. We covered some of the stuff that came out of it. There's something to do with that too. But remove that. Pretty much covered an article on how they did wrong and the way they did it. How they removed the balloon into the ocean. So dumb. Remember the movie The Rock? Remember the hacks. Stuff that actually makes the movie stuff look tame. Chemical warfare is nasty business. Rock. Like that Alcatraz movie, The Rock. I don't remember the scene. I don't get how people remember all this stuff. People remember like scenes on movies and stuff, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you remember when he did this? And this guy did that." And then he went and turned around and he said this, and this, and this. And it's like, how do you remember that? Who remembers that? Absolutely, apparently everybody but me. Remembered lines from movies. If you know what I'm saying. Rack shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tired?
Yeah, maybe.
Long day?
Maybe.
Wow. Are any of the pipeline facts finally being told to the Biden voters through their favorite channels, or is it business as usual? Most likely business as usual. They're probably not being told.
Yeah, for the Biden voters, but for the Fox News people, there have been several statements about that. Tucker Carlson, the great Tucker Carlson, and Laura Ingraham have been talking about it. She brought the journalist guy onto the show and talked with him about it. How it was, total BS stories that people were putting out. So if you're going to talk about, like maybe if somebody could have, like a bit more of a semi-moderate Republican channel that has those really based individuals on it, get some, sort of not so very well thought through Republican voters to not be so crazy hostile to the Ruskies and oh my gosh, like, I mean, there could be that takeaway from it, but all of the MSM channels, all of the Biden's voters' favorite channels, they are most likely business as usual. Biden is the greatest president to have ever walked into the White House. We have never had a president like him. We are blessed to be graced by his very presence. That's our lovely mainstream press. Of course, most of the mainstream press, to be perfectly honest, they're all having a conniption fit about the new committee hearings with Twitter. They're all sitting around doing whole montages and monologues about, freaking how It's such a waste of time. They're wasting your time. They're wasting so much time on this because they want to like prop up the conspiracy theories and on and on and on. It's like, I mean, we just have texts and conversations via email and otherwise between Twitter and the FBI telling them to take down the New York Post because that's going to make Biden look bad for the elections. But hey, it's all made up still to the MSM. So they're just going to say whatever the hell they want at this point.
So, I found something. I'm digging through. This one? Yeah. Touchscreen? Yeah. So, this is another Republican politician has been unalived in New Jersey. This is what is going on in New Jersey. Hunting season has begun in the Garden State, but deer, bear, and other game species are not in season. It's Republican politicians. Leah covered where Councilwoman Eunice Dunford. I covered this last week or whatever. This particular person was unalived in Sayreville on February 2nd. Now, another council member, Russell Heller, 51, has been unalived in a parking lot around 7 a.m. Heller was seated in the Milford Township Council. The culprit was Gary Curtis, a former employee, who was later found in the parking lot in Bridgewater Township with a self-inflicted wound. He succumbed from his injuries. Authorities quickly determined that the former employee, identified as Gary Curtis, 58 of Washington, was approached Heller in the parking lot and unalived him outside his vehicle. The prosecutor's office said detectives were able to track Curtis down hours later in the parking lot area in Bridgewater Township, where they found him with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. It said Curtis, who was in possession of the firearm at the time, was pronounced unalive shortly thereafter. Detectives are still working to establish the motive of the incident. Heller's death comes a week after Eunice, a fellow Republican who had represented Sayreville, was found fatally shot in her vehicle near her home. Police have yet to identify the potential suspect or motive in hers. Sayreville is 55 miles east of Milford. What the heck is going on in New Jersey?
Assassination plots?
I mean,
We just had, you just talked about how an entire city council, entire city government moved from Democrat to Republican.
right.
Now we've got the Republicans in another place there being apparently systematically assassinated. Is what it would appear to me like.
And that's what caught my eye because I've seen where it was out of, and I'm like,
same coin.
Two sides of it, but that's exactly what it caught my eyes. It's 20 minutes from where T3 is. It's just like,
And I mean, it's like, it's two flip sides of the same coin. It's like you have people progressing and moving to the Republican side of the aisle, but then what's resulting in that apparently is, in some instances, assassination plots against people who are registered Republicans. And again, if I'm not mistaken, well, the lady that was assassinated, that was city councilwoman,
Eunice.
she was black. She was a Nigerian immigrant
Yep.
to the United States. And this guy, if I'm not mistaken, I think, was he Hispanic, if I'm not mistaken? Or of some sort of Hispanic descent?
not positive on that.
I don't know, but That would, if that's the case, it would be two minorities that would have been, systematically put up for assassination within the same state. And I believe you did say it was the same city. It was the same city council, right?
So this is hunting season has began in Garden State. She was outside Sayreville. This guy. Councilmember Russell Haller, 51.
Didn't they say Bridgewater? Isn't that what you read off, right?
There's something about Bridgewater. Hold on. I'll do this real quick. Yeah, he looks pretty white. Let's see if he can't pull up. Yeah, he looks pretty white to me.
So you just have the one black woman who's an African immigrant to the United States.
Right, this guy, Russell Heller. 1 week after slaying of Councilwoman Eunice Doomfer. And oh, okay, there is a picture of Eunice. You can see Eunice. She's actually, pretty lady. Comes down to it.
Yeah. Well, that's not very far away from each other at all.
They're really not. They're really not. And I'm sure
it's the same group.
T3 would be like, I'm right there in one of them, or whatever. She knows exactly where this is, and she's like, yep. So, I mean, disturbing as it is.
Of course, it's an intimidation tactic to get people to not register Republican, to not, run as a Republican for office, because otherwise we'll kill you.
Right. We're
Welcome
gonna
to-
we're gonna unalive you. You're gonna be done. You're never gonna be heard of ever again. And they'll just install who they want.
That's what Triple K did in the South there. So they would target their political opponents like that. And they would assassinate people. They would hang people up.
Mr. Terrible
They would do all
said
kinds of
something
things.
earlier, but we need to go back to allowing the governors to pick senators.
Oh yeah.
And I'm kind of like, well, maybe.
Well, not the governor to pick the senator, but the state legislature would pick someone from amongst them, is what it was always traditionally. And then the governor's the one who, if there needs to be a replacement, he picks the replacement to fill a role until another election's called up for it. And so he has sway in that as well. So it's the state government as a whole.
Which would put
that has
in
involved.
place the term limit, because the governor's only got a term limit. So if the governor was the one that was selecting, by the time the term limit was up or whatever, you'd have to have different governor in place, potentially picking different people. That's kind of, so could be interesting. Could be interesting to go back and do some things the way we used to do them.
And if you did that, you wouldn't need to have any of these things of, putting some sort of constitutional amendment in for a term limit, because, there'd be more direct involvement with the picking of a senator,
Right.
which takes up half of the Congress as a whole. our bicameral Congress. So you would need that because it was never supposed to be there in the first place. Because in reality, putting on term limits cheapens your vote. If you want a senator that does a good job, that's your senator for 20 years, and if you want them, and if you vote for them, that's your vote. And if you don't want them, then you don't vote for those people who are going to then put someone like that in for the senator, from the state legislature. Like that would be your vote is cheapened if term limits are allowed to come through. I even argue that now for the president, even for that matter. I mean, I know some people, oh, well, that's an executive position. There needs to be that. I don't think so at all. I mean, Washington was in a position of leadership for over 20 years. He was the president underneath of the Articles of the Confederation and the Constitution, both, by the way. And of course, he was enacting as the commander-in-chief. So, that's not a enormously uncommon thing. I know some people have a different opinion on that, with Washington and all the rest of it. But we didn't have term limits to start with, and there was a reason for that. So anyways, but yeah, I mean, just based on that alone, I mean, people want to fix the problem of like, oh my God, we have these, I mean, specifically they're thinking of senators, right? Like, they're there for 6-year terms and they're these old fogies that do nothing for them and just sit around for 6 years. It's not like a congressman where it's 2 years, the Senate's 6 years. And so when everybody thinks of term limits, they're thinking of Senate, right? Most of the time. And so if you take the Senate back to the state legislatures,
most of the time, but then you still have a couple of
you
those
solve
like
that
fancy
problem almost
Pelosi's that,
outright.
right?
Well, but she has a hack district in California where
yeah, but
they
I mean,
always
you
get,
still get those. You still get those because she's not the only
putting
one.
a term limit. They'll just switch her out with somebody else that's the same as her or worse. I mean,
Right,
it's
but
not.
She's not the
change
only one
anything.
that's been there for 40 years. And
But
fuck,
generally speaking,
Biden's been
most
in
of the time.
politics for 60, for fuck's sake.
And he was the senator the whole time.
Right.
So if you did the Senate, that would take away most of that. And of course, like I said, Congress is every 2 years. And so that's always been a quick get in, get out type of seat that's always been supposed to be. It was always supposed to be that way. And if that person doesn't do the job within 2 years, you're supposed to vote and jerk them out and throw somebody else in. That's what that House was supposed to be. And then the Senate was supposed to be longer and have state representation within federal law because it's a federal system. I mean, there's technically supposed to be representing the state interests, but I mean, what incentive do they even have to acknowledge the freaking state legislature and anything, the decisions that they make? They don't, senators. So that would solve the problem just by changing it back to the way it once was. You would need to throw on these term limits and cheapen your own vote. So anywho's.
Pastor says, full of political warfare, and of course you see this is part of the process of totalitarian regime. He also says New Jersey is bigger than Rhode Island. Yep. Red rum your political opponents or imprison them. Both tactics heavily used by Stalin. Schertz is dead on political terrorism. And then he says, what would you say about constitutional monarchy?
I mean, not a monarchy.
I don't really like. I don't want one person saying that they're my king or my queen. Telling me that I need to call them something that they're not.
I mean, if you had a president that was elected, I mean, we had FDR that was elected for 4 terms. I mean, he's not a monarch, but so long as you have, I mean, the monarch was supposed to be, traditionally speaking, someone who was like familially, that crown was passed down through the family, through this royal blood. and the family that was supposed to be passed down. But the position of monarch was supposed to be the commander in chief of all the armed forces and chief law enforcement and all the rest of that kind of stuff. Well, that's the president. The president already has that. And again, the founding fathers were like, well, you need to have an executive position like that. But how do you have accountability to this? You just can't simply crown someone in a constitutional monarchy and then expect that things are going to change in a good direction very quickly without a bloody civil war of some kind if this person does go sour very quickly. And you had those individuals like Hamilton that suggested a constitutional monarchy, but we went with the better way of having the president, in my view, having that executive position, because you can then have an election that then removes him if you don't like him, but then also can keep him if you wish to keep him as the president, as this executive position. So that's, that's the way that you get that done. And then, of course, the electoral college process is the way in which we elect the presidency. It's not a popular vote, which is also involved in that. Make sure it's representative of the entire swath of the nation before you put in someone like that in that kind of a position. So that's where that comes in. So I'm not suggesting a constitutional monarchy per se, but I mean, hey, if we have Donald Trump this time, and then like Donald Trump Jr. the next time, and then Eric Trump the next time after that, I don't care. I mean, so long as it's good for the country, I don't care if the president and all of his children after that run for office. I don't give a flying hoot. So long as it gets done, the jobs that need to be done is done as the president. And if they all get elected for however long, then that's the way it goes. It's your vote. It's what the people would will to be the person in that kind of a position. And that's the way we go. So but I'm not, suggesting that we have some sort of a crown that we pass down. When I say I'm not a fan of term limits.
Well, Pastor says, thank you, shirts. Again, I like the way you think. Make valid arguments, citing sources.
Oh, well, thank you.
Apparently, there is no sleep. Nah, who sleep, man? What's up, Darth?
Ay, vey.
Who sleeps? Okay. T3 says, be right back.
I'll be back.
You'll be back?
No, I was just
Oh,
I was trying to say what she was saying, but as Arnold Schwarzenegger. Didn't really work out too well, but I tried.
And then, so I have the redirects set. We won't go anything longer than the next, half hour or so, at the most anyway. Do you have the redirects set? The redirects set to go to Meme Copium. I see he's doing some Velma thing.
Some what?
Scooby Doo's Velma.
Oh dear God. He's reviewing that?
Oh yeah, he's been reviewing
Oh
that.
my God. Lord have mercy upon him. Holy freaking crap.
Yeah, it's pile of garbage, trash, steaming, stinky pile of nothingness. Shirts be correct. So I think we'll actually kick out of here, and we'll say everybody have a wonderful night. Unless you got something more that you'd like to share.
Don't do drugs.
Really? Kind of drugs?
I mean, don't do any drugs, kids. Just say no. Did you all say critical drinking? No,
What
no,
do
we
you-
were
what
talking
do
about
you-
meme content. But yes, critical drinking is very good.
Critical drinker? No. I mean, copium.
Esther says don't do gene therapy. No, don't do that either. Don't do that either.
Well, all that being said,
Hideous says you can do it.
be sure that you go and you bring yourself to americashirtsaretfirst.com.
And with the discount code Kooolfrogg, you can save 15% on anything in the store. I have my lovely t-shirt line. They abolished the triple letter agencies. You got to abolish the FBI, the CIA, DHS, and the Fed. You can totally check that out and totally grab yourself some of that lovely goodness for your lover. For Valentine's Day. Hey. I mean, what other perfect thing could you think of to get for your Valentine than a shirt that says "End the Fed"? I mean, what says "I love you" more than wanting to end the Fed? Like, I mean, come on, people. Like, you can't get better than this. So, totally check that out. Please, your Valentine.
Something about a Fauci ouchie might. Just might. Just say.
Yeah,
You never know. You never know.
Yes, there are plenty of things to choose from.
That's good options. See that did have somebody actually hit up my buy me a coffee tonight. Don't forget to check that out. buymeacoffee.com/Kooolfrogg. You can support me there. You can support me here. You can support me almost everywhere. There's a locals. There's a rumbles about. It seems as though we try to do things over there, and sometimes we get people, sometimes we don't. I'll be back tomorrow at noon, Mountain Standard Time, for the early show. There will not be a night show as I do actually work. We'll see y'all then. Pay attention for schedules for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday in the coming days. What say you, American Shirts?
Was saying me? I say later, peeps.
I refuse to go along with this, and I've seen through all of your lies, Barack Obama, you wicked, wicked devil!